We are waiting for Dagmar to join in. So Dagmar has also joined in. More than close to 200 people have joined us. More are joining every minute. Hi, Dagmar. So I request all the panelists, could we quickly do a sound check for all of you? Hi, Jerry.
This is Dagmar here. Can you hear me well now?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I would
Hello,
request
everybody.
Hi, Jerry.
Priyanka, you can hear me?
I can hear you, sir. Very well.
Okay.
Priyanka, this is Dave. You can hear me?
I can, sir.
Okay.
I assume you can hear me too, Priyanka?
I can hear you too.
Thank you.
What about Mahendra Dev? Is he on?
Okay, so we are just 1 minute from starting the conference. Let us just click. Jerry, you will be making the presentation on your own, right?
I'm using the, yes, that's right.
Yes, you will. So I would request you to kindly keep the first slide of your presentation ready on your screen when you share the screen. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, friends. Okay, everybody. We are live now on YouTube. And welcome to everyone. With your permission, everyone, can we start the session? We should be on time. It is 2:30 by my watch. Professor Sharma?
Please do, Priyanka.
Just give a couple of minutes to other people to join.
Okay. Okay. People
Yes.
are continuously joining in. Yes. Meanwhile, this is to all the attendees. Thank you. Yes, thank you for raising your hands. Everything acknowledged. I would just request you to please listen to all the presentations and place only your queries in your Q&A box. That will help us for the smooth functioning of the sessions. Thank you very much. Yes, now we are on time. With your permission, if I can start. Everybody? Okay, Professor Sharma?
Yes, start.
Thank you. So good afternoon and warm greetings. Welcome to the virtual conference on implications of the COVID-19 crisis for labor and employment in India, impact, strategies and perspectives, being organized by the Institute for Human Development jointly with the International Labour Organization and the Indian Society of Labour Economics. I am Priyanka Tyagi. I'm the Senior Manager, Program Administration and Communication with Institute for Human Development, which also hosts the ISLE Secretariat. At this virtual event, over the course of 2 days, distinguished scholars and public personalities will address and discuss the implications of the COVID-19 crisis for work and employment around three broad themes. That's the impact of COVID-19, so strategies to deal with the impact, and the perspectives for the future in 4 web panel discussions. Before I welcome all the dignitaries of the opening session, I would like to thank all the attendees and all the participants who have registered for this conference. We have got an overwhelming response. Close to 1,750 people have registered for the conference. However, as we had mentioned in our invite, we are constrained to include only 500 participants on Zoom. However, given the importance of this topic, we are going live on our YouTube channel. Kindly log on to YouTube and search for IHD India. This is the video that is playing out there right now. You can engage with us through the comment box as well. I would now call upon the director of the Institute for Human Development, Professor Alakh Sharma, who is a known labor and development economist who has worked extensively on employment issues and is also the editor of the Society's Journal. I request him to commence the proceedings of this conference with his opening remarks. Professor Alakh Sharma, please.
Professor Deepak Nayyar, Mrs. Dagmar Walter, my colleague Dr. Jerry Rogers, Professor Devanathan, and friends. I would like to express my deep thanks to you for all the participants for participating in this virtual conference on implications of COVID-19 on labor and employment in India, which is being organized by Institute for Human Development, ILO, and Indian Society of Labour Economics. As my colleague just told, that we have got overwhelming support, response for this virtual conference, and 1,750 people have registered for attending this. I hope that the conference deliberations will be very enriching. COVID-19 has impacted lives and livelihoods throughout the world, although the impact differs across countries and regions. There is certainly going to be a global depression, probably which will be unprecedented after 1930s, perhaps more severe than that also. Countries are responding to this unprecedented crisis by giving stimulus packages, economic strategies, social protection strategies, and all that. As you know, in countries like USA, 10% of GDP has been provided for as a stimulus package. And the important thing to note is that the hitherto conservative parties, which were very conservative in their approach to fiscal policy and other public policies, they have also come out in support of larger public support, government support to the crisis. Although India initially did not have large number of COVID cases, but gradually it is also witnessing a large number of cases, and now it is the fifth country to have the number of cases, and although the deaths are lower, fortunately, compared to many other countries. But stringent lockdown measures over 2 months, and now, although we are trying to open up the economy, but restoring normalcy in economy will take some time. India was experiencing slowdown in economic growth earlier also. We had been having slower economic growth rate earlier, which came down to 4.1% in 2019-20. And now during 2020-21, all indications show that we are going to have negative growth rate, so collapse of the growth regime in the country. All this have very severely impacted labor markets and employment. The labor market of India, like many other developing countries, but much more so in India, is very inequitous, where overwhelming large percentage of workers are vulnerable. 90% of India's workers are informal. Half of the workers are self-employed. A large percentage of them, in fact, petty self-employed, around 30% casual, and even among regular workers, more than 50% are informal. Although overall unemployment, as in 2017-18 was 6%, which was higher than historical experience level. But now estimates show, several estimates, that unemployment might have grown to something like 25%. But there are other vulnerabilities in the labor market. One of that was plight of migrant workers, which has been very visible thanks to the electronic media. Impacts on various sectors will be different. Informal workers much more affected than formal one. Casual, petty self-employed, contract, migrant, much more adversely impacted than, of course, formal sector workers. Some sectors like construction, travel, and hospitality have almost collapsed. Some sectors like IT, they have not been impacted that much, but they have also been impacted. All these, manufacturing sector, of course, has collapsed. Now efforts are going on to revive it. So just the point I wanted to make is that various sectors of the economy, various regions will have different kind of impact of this lockdown. The central government has responded in terms of a package of what is called, it is claimed that it is 20 lakhs rupees package, which is almost 10% of GDP. Various state governments have also come out with packages, although they are facing acute resource constraints. Whether these packages are enough, are they in right direction, whether they address the current shocks and vulnerability in the labor market, then all these questions are paramount in the minds of people. There are many other questions and issues such as labor regulation system. What is going to be, because this pandemic and consequent lockdown is so enormous that entire development path will change. So what is going to change consequent after this pandemic? IHD and Indian Society of Labor Economics have been trying to deliberate on these issues. And in fact, we started a lecture series on impact of COVID-19 on lives and livelihoods. So far, 3 lectures were organized, which were attended by a large number of people across the globe. Professor Deepak Nayyar, Professor Ravi Srivastava, Professor Jimoloni gave 3 lectures. But we thought that there is need of all the issues, some of which I just described in my opening remarks. There is a need to discuss them in a systematic way, rather in totality, and see how the sectors and various groups of people are being affected, what is going to happen to development path, labor market, whether response is adequate or not. And that is why this conference we thought of. We discussed, we went to ILO, and I'm very thankful to Mrs. Dagmar Walter and her other colleagues for responding very positively to this proposal, and that is why this conference has evolved. I'm very happy that so many people who are experts in their own fields, very well-known people, have accepted our invitation, and today and tomorrow in 4 sessions, apart from opening and concluding session, we'll be debating most of the issues which I just outlined, including the experiences of the countries outside India, international experiences, how they have responded to this crisis in their own countries, and what lessons India can learn from them. So I hope that it will be a very fruitful conference. And one of the features of this conference is also that, and in this very opening session we'll present the results of survey, opinions of ISLE members on labor and employment issues in terms of impact, in terms of strategies, and my colleague Jerry Rogers will be presenting that. So something like 520 members responded to a big questionnaire, and this is something, it shows the vitality of the members of the society. I'm very happy that this has happened. So I hope that this conference will be very productive and will contribute to the debate on labor and employment issues in the wake of COVID-19. This is, in my view, probably the first attempt to systematically debate this issue and discuss it. I hope the results will be very productive. So thank you very much. Very happy that
Thank you, Professor Sharma. I would just now like to invite Ms. Dagmar Walter. She's Director, ILO Recent Work Technical Support Team for South Asia and Country Office for India. Since 1999, she has held several key positions in the ILO, and her key areas of work include formalization, knowledge development through data and research, gender equality, inclusive workplace health promotion for productivity, among others. We are also very thankful to you, Ms. Walter, for providing support to this conference. It is now my pleasure to invite you to give your opening remarks. Ms. Walter, please.
Thank you very much, Priyanka. And I'm trying to operate on 2 devices. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you. Director Alakh Sharma, Professor Deepak Nayyar, Professor Dev Nathan, Professor Jerry Rogers, other dignitaries and speakers, dear audience, colleagues and friends, a very warm welcome to all of you to this 2-day conference on implications of the COVID-19 crisis for labor and employment in India, impact strategies and perspectives. I'm happy that the ILO, jointly with the Institute of Human Development and the Indian Society of Labor Economics, have been able to organize the conference on this topic at this critical juncture when the country is gradually phasing out from lockdown and slowly resuming economic activities. ILO was quick to recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic is not just a health crisis, but would trigger a severe economic and labor market crisis. This crisis has affected quantity of jobs, quality of employment, and has put already vulnerable groups at further risk, depriving them of their livelihoods. The ILO is actively identifying the impact of the pandemic on the labor markets as well as the specific sectors and categories of workers through its series of COVID-19 and World of Work monitors, which are published globally every 2 to 3 weeks. We are working closely with the constituents in planning and implementing the response to this crisis, striving to enhancing capacities. As part of the implementation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Framework in India 2018 to 2022, ILO is lead coordinator for the pillar on skilling, job creation, and entrepreneurship. It contributes to the One UN response, including interaction with ILO social partners to develop better understanding of ground realities, and strives to support the country addressing the health, humanitarian aspects, and socioeconomic challenges, both in the short term, but very much and firmly keeping the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals agenda in mind. At the beginning, country responses to COVID-19 were focused towards ensuring access to health services and safety measures for populations. Now we are witnessing the shift of policy responses towards socioeconomic recovery from the impact of the pandemic and the associated lockdowns. In many ways, therefore, this conference is very timely. The exchanges and reflections in these 2 days among eminent labor experts will enrich our knowledge and insights for informed contribution in policy discussions. Formulation of evidence-based and inclusive policy responses is the need of the hour. The conference will largely discuss the impact and strategies for dealing with COVID-19 from social and economic perspectives, including deep diving into impact on specific sectors and vulnerable groups in India. The discussions will further reflect on international experiences on how to deal with employment, social protection, and economic strategies, also to learn from other places. Lastly, it will reflect on the emerging employment scenarios and on the way forward to visualize how the future of work in India will emerge. I am enthused with a list of speakers for this conference. It includes eminent scholars and known intellectuals. It is an honor for us to have your participation at this virtual conference. We consider the Institute of Human Development and the Indian Society of Labor Economics an ideal partners for organizing this conference, as both of them share the vision of the ILO of a human-centered world of work with improved decent work and social justice outcomes. I wish to thank you, the dear audience, you who are participating from far and close, for encouraging us with your participation and also actively engaging. And I request you to please do so through the mediums at your disposal and also to disseminate your learnings further with others. I am now very eager to hear from our experts, including from the ILO, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Walter. Due to a technical hassle, we could not see her, but I'm sure she's going to be with us for a longer time and we'll get to see her. It is now my honor to invite Professor Deepak Nayyar. He's Emeritus Professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University and former Vice Chancellor of my alma mater, the University of Delhi. And he's also the President of Indian Society of Labor Economics. He has served as the formerly served as the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India and has recently published Resurgent Asia, Diversity in Development and Nation Transformations, and Inquiry into Development of Nations, which has been brought out by Oxford. It is my honor to invite Professor Deepak Nayyar to give his opening remarks in this virtual conference.
Thank you, Priyanka. On behalf of the Indian Society of Labor Economics, let me add my words of welcome to the panelists, to the participants, following in the footsteps of Alakh Sharma and Dagmar Walter. We are most grateful to the distinguished panelists who have found time, which is scarce for all of them, to be with us in this web conference, just as we are grateful to all the people who are watching and listening across the globe. I will be brief because I do want to get away from the idea that this is the impact of the pandemic alone on labor and employment. It is also the impact of how governments respond to the pandemic. Now, for governments everywhere, more so after the experience of Italy, Spain, the United Kingdom, and the United States, where governments did too little too late, imposing and continuing lockdowns has become a risk-averse strategy. If the spread can be restrained and managed, the success would bring political dividends. If the spread continues unabated or worsens, the microbe would take the blame for the failure. It is the equivalent of a one-way option in financial markets, tempting political leaders to think that they cannot lose. Governments therefore tend to emphasize saving lives in a pandemic as their primary, if not sole objective. Of course, the object of saving lives is in itself unexceptionable, but it must also be recognized that the health of people and the health of an economy are interdependent, where both taken together shape the well-being of people. Thus, saving livelihoods is an equally important objective. In fact, the relationship between lives and livelihoods is circular. If lives are saved, and in doing so, livelihoods are sacrificed, it threatens lives of people who are deprived of incomes and hence unable to meet their basic human needs. This could, and indeed has, led to widespread hunger, reduced immunity, and possibly lost lives. Obviously, getting sick and going hungry cannot be an either-or choice. Everyone would want to stay healthy and be well fed. It is the role of governments to strike a balance and reconcile these two objectives rather than juxtapose them as conflicting, requiring a choice to be made. Thus, what we observe as unfolding outcomes in the world around us, and they differ across continents and countries, is attributable in part to differences in demographies, geographies, cultures, and indeed, I have argued, even innate immunities. But it is also very much a function of how governments respond. If we think of India, which has had possibly the most draconian lockdown in the world in terms of an index devised by The Economist, we began our lockdown at a time when we had 500 infections. Now, more than 2 months later, 2.5 months later, we have 250,000 infections. Now, it is possible to argue that it might have been worse had there been no lockdown. But at the same time, unlike other countries that have begun to lift lockdowns, almost all have witnessed a steady decline in the rate of infection spread. Ours is perhaps the one country other than Brazil, which has not locked down, that has witnessed a continuing increase in the number of infections. Fortunately, mortality rates are much lower, even if case mortality rates are somewhat higher. Now, we have ahead of us, I think, a very rich set of sessions on the impact, on strategies, on international experiences, and on perspectives, thinking ahead. We have much to learn from the distinguished people who are going to share their expertise and time with us. With that, let me conclude, and I hope you will enjoy the engaging and productive discussions that follow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nayyar. As Professor Sharma right in the beginning said, a questionnaire for ISLE members on labor and employment in the COVID-19 crisis was circulated before the conference, and close to 525 members participated in the survey and provided their input concerning the impact of the crisis and policy priorities. And the findings of this survey is being presented by Dr. Jerry Rogers. He's visiting professor IHD Delhi and former director of the International Institute of Labor Studies, Geneva. He has worked mainly on issues of poverty, inequality, labor and employment in low and medium income countries, especially in India and Latin America. It is now my honor to invite Dr. Jerry Rogers to present the findings of the survey.
Thank you, Priyanka, and good afternoon, everybody. Let me share my screen. This one. Is that working okay?
It is working okay. We can see it.
Then let us start a slideshow. Oops. There we go. So yes, good afternoon, everybody. And as we have heard in the introductory statements, in addition to the devastating effect of the COVID-19 crisis on health and mortality, there are major consequences for the labour market. But the information on this impact is actually rather fragmented and often anecdotal. And in this situation, ISLE members are a rather important pool of expertise on the labour market issues concerned. Many of them have personal experience on the impact of the crisis or have local sources of information. So a survey of ISLE members was carried out in the last week of May to ask their assessments of the impact of the crisis and their views on the policies needed to overcome it. And there were 520 valid responses. The first series of questions concerned the groups who have been most affected by the crisis in terms of employment and income in the state of residence of the respondents. And the graph gives the percentage of respondents choosing each category. So starting at the top with the distribution by age, the great majority of respondents thought that middle-aged groups between 30 and 59 had been most affected. Less than 20% thought that the younger people under 30 had been most affected, and less than 10% identified older people. That refers to employment and income, of course, because obviously older people are more vulnerable to the disease itself. In terms of the sex distribution, a large majority thought that men had been more affected than women. 76% men, 26% thought women more affected. But there's a nuance here, because among women respondents to the questionnaire, 59% thought that men were more affected, whereas among men, 89% thought that men were affected. So there's a very large gender difference in the perception of the impact of the crisis. In terms of caste groups, the majority thought middle castes were most affected. Dalits were second, some way behind. Large majorities thought that the urban population was more affected than the rural, and migrants more than residents. In terms of labour market categories most affected by the crisis, the majority view was that the unskilled were more affected than the skilled, that wage workers were more affected than the self-employed, a large difference there, that contract and casual workers were more affected than permanent workers, that the unorganized sector was more affected than the organized sector. And in terms of branches of activity, those working in industry and construction, trade and services, much more affected than those in agriculture. The next question, which I didn't put up on a graph, was how long do people think the disruption to employment and income will last? And more than half of the respondents thought that it would last for more than 1 year. In terms of the impacts, respondents were asked to choose the 3 most important impacts of the crisis in their state of residence, apart from the effect on health and mortality. Loss of employment was by far the most important, chosen by more than 90% of respondents. Loss of production identified by almost 40%, closure of businesses by 30%, 40% focusing on hunger and food shortage here. Let me use my cursor to point these out. On the other hand, family impacts, including violence against women and children, increase in child labor, impact on the family, were given less importance. And that was true of both male and female respondents to the questionnaire. Next, respondents were asked to choose 3 from a list of short-term policy priorities. They were given this list of options on the left. Protection of workers and families came top, and that included things like masks and social distancing and disinfection of work sites. Not far behind came short-term employment creation and income transfers for affected workers down here. But those were the 3 with the largest number of selections. And then there's a series of other measures which included on the production side increased support for agriculture, loans and subsidies for small businesses, and on the welfare side, reinforcement of food distribution and housing and care policies for migrant workers. So a pretty wide range of policies identified by the respondents. And in addition to this list, respondents were asked to write in a couple more options that they would think, additional priorities that they thought needed more attention. And there were many, many suggestions, which we've grouped in this graph. In fact, majority of these suggestions were further development of the issues already mentioned in the original list. So priority was again given to small enterprises here, to expanding job creation through MG Narega, cash transfers and social security, and support for agriculture as well. Again, a rather wide range of policy options which were suggested. Well, one surprising thing was we looked at the pattern, the distribution of these priorities by the region of residence, and we found that there were actually relatively small differences across regions of the country. The priorities appeared to be pretty much the same all across India. Next question was whether the balance between the centre and the state was right in terms of the implementation of these policies. And there was a clear response that only about 20% thought that the current balance was about right, and almost 70% thought that in the current crisis, more responsibility and resources should be devolved to states. That was mainly about the short-term impact of the crisis. We then had a series of questions about the long-term impacts and the long-term policy issues. And this graph gives a list of, we gave a list of options and asked whether respondents felt that these were likely long-term consequences of the crisis. And what we see is there was a widespread expectation of lower economic growth after the crisis, more than 70% of respondents. But in addition, more than half of respondents expected that there would be a rise in inequality. And many expected a reorganization of employment in terms of teleworking, the gig economy, and also connected with that disruption of supply chains affecting the production process. More than a third of respondents anticipated a growth in public debt leading to austerity measures. less than a third thought that there would be more public support for universal social security, and only a rather small minority thought that the crisis would lead to better organization of workers. And then respondents were asked, what did they consider the most important policies, longer term policies for the future, with a fairly long list, and respondents were invited to choose up to 5. Top of the list, perhaps it's not surprising, was a stronger public health system, chosen by 3/4 of respondents. And 3 other policy areas were identified by more than half of respondents. More funds for NG-Narega and an urban extension, policies for the welfare and rights of migrants, and the universalization of social security. Those were the top items on people's list. And in fact, in addition to the universalization of social security, there were 2 more specific social security measures in the list, universal basic income and unemployment insurance. And both of these areas received significant support. So that overall, if you take these 3 social security measures together, the priority was clearly for a much larger investment in social security and social protection, even if there were differing views on the nature, the type of social security needed. But that has to be compared with the previous slide, which showed that only 1/3 of respondents thought that there would actually be increased public support for universal social security. On this list, there are several labor market measures which were identified by 20% or so of respondents: action against discrimination, better labor market information systems, investment in literacy and training, stronger regulation of employment relations. And if you take those together, they amount to a strong case for stronger and better labor market policies as an important part of the response to the crisis. There was less support, but some support nevertheless, for the idea of increased workplace democracy. And finally, greater investment in urban infrastructure, in housing, and in new technologies. Public sector investment received significant support. Now in those policies, there were some regional differences, and summing that up, the differences were not huge, but in the south of the country, there was greater emphasis on workplace democracy, better labor market information, more funds for Narega and the rights of migrants. And in the north of the country, there was relatively more emphasis on social security. But nevertheless, the pattern across the country, there were not huge differences in the pattern of responses across the country. And then, as a final question, respondents were invited to add their own suggestions in terms of long-term policy needs. And there was a very wide range of suggestions. We've tried to group these here, but there's a lot of material which can be looked at in more detail later. So there are many ideas here: employment, social security, public health, labor market institutions, and the situation of migrants. They all came up again. And there were additional ideas for industrial policy, including technology policy and support for small firms. That actually was the item that got the largest support of all. Skill development, quite a lot of emphasis on that too. Reduction in inequality, including reduction in gender inequality, rural development, and macroeconomic policy. But an interesting one here was that many respondents also identified, in this line we have grouped together responses in terms of the need for better governance and more decentralization, both to the states and to local communities. So that's the summary of the results of this quick survey. Many of these issues, of course, are on the agenda of the conference, and some of these issues may merit further investigation, perhaps a follow-up survey of ISLE members after the conference itself. And we'd like to thank the many ISLE members who took the time to answer the question and to give their views. Okay,
Yes.
that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Jerry Rogers. That was quite informative, and of course, pretty much sets the tone and temper of discussions that will follow through these 2 days of the virtual conference. As mentioned in the program, it is now my pleasure to invite Professor Deepak Nayyar to release the publication, the IHD publication, Internal Migration in India and the Impact of Uneven Regional Development and Demographic Transition Across States. It is, of course, published by Institute for Human Development. It is based on a study sponsored by the UNFPA and authored by Professor Ravi Srivastava, Kunal Keshri, Kirti Kaur, Balakrishna Padi, and Ajit Kumar Jha. I would now request Professor Deepak Nayyar to say a few words before we go in for the formal e-release of this publication.
Thank you, Priyanka. I would like to commend to everyone among our participants this fascinating study on internal migration in India by Professor Ravi Srivastava and his co-authors. It is something new. It covers a domain that is relatively unexplored, and it makes several original contributions to our understanding of the nature of the problems. It analyzes first the contribution of rural-urban migration to the purpose, to the process of urbanization in India, using the census data for 2001 and 2011. It analyzes the implications and consequences of short-term circular migration. It considers the effect of differences in GSDP per capita or average wages across states, and how this process of uneven development in India influences or shapes the pattern of internal migration. It considers labor force growth across education and age groups, providing projections to understand labor market segments in interstate migration and what it means for demographic dividend realization. Interestingly enough, it shows that just as female participation rates have declined in India in the recent past, so have participation rates for the young and the more educated in the population, so that the possibilities of reaping the demographic dividend have really been preempted. And last but not least, this monograph considers migration policies in 3 states: Kerala, which is a host state for migrants, and Jharkhand and Orissa, which are home states for migrants, in each of which there are institutional mechanisms that exist for protecting the interests of migrants, and the differences themselves are a learning experience. With that, Priyanka, may I invite you to put the monograph on screen?
There it is, sir.
Thank you again, Professor Srivastava and your colleagues, Kunal Keshri, Kirti Kaur, Balakrishna Padi, and Ajit Kumar Jha.
So we are having many participants raising their hands. Thank you for acknowledging this. It is Internal Migration in India, the Impact of Uneven Regional Development and Demographic Transition Across States, a study for evidence-based policy recommendations, a study report prepared for the United Nations Population Fund, authored by Ravi Srivastava, Kunal Keshri, Kirti Kaur, Balakrishna Padi, and Ajit Kumar Jha, and published by Institute for Human Development, Delhi. Thank you very much. With your permission, may I now take it off the screen, sir?
Yes, do please, Priyanka, thank you.
E-release of the book. And this is to all the attendees and all the people who are watching us. This book will now be available on the IHD India, www.ihడింdia.org, our website. Thank you very much. Now, this brings us to the close of the opening session of this virtual conference. I would request, I would like to thank all the esteemed dignitaries in the first session, Professor Alakh Sharma, Ms. Dagmar Walter, Professor Deepak Nayyar, Dr. Jerry Rogers, for commencing this virtual conference. Thank you very much. And to all the attendees, I would request you to please stay connected as we move on to the first panel discussion, which is on impact and strategies, India's responses and trajectories. We will be back. We are going live, continuous, but we will be with you in the next 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
There's no break.
There's no break. I would request Professor Mahendra Dev, Professor Sudipto Mandal, Professor Ajit Ghosh, Mr. Mahesh Vyas, Professor Kamala Sankran, and Professor K.P. Kannan to please switch on the audios and videos, and if we could just hear them speak for a while.
So this is informal.
This is quickly informal. I'm sharing the screen with a slide. Meanwhile, we can quickly hear your sound, get your sound checks, please.
Okay. You can hear me?
I can hear you, Professor Mahendra Dev.
Okay.
Could I please hear Professor Sudipto Mandal? If you could kindly unmute yourself, sir.
I am unmuted.
Thank you, sir. I can hear you.
Kanan.
I can
Yes.
see now. I can see.
Yes, is Mr. Mahesh Vyas.
I can see.
Can you see him? No.
We can't yet.
Okay, now.
I am not. Priyanka ma'am is there. I am sitting here in.
Yeah, I can see. Oh, I can see myself also.
Then it is connected.
Okay, then what do I do?
Simple. You can listen.
Yes.
And we can hear you, Professor Ghosh. We would request you to mute yourself while testing. Thank you.
Yeah.
We know Professor Kamala Sankran has joined us. If you could also say hello, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everybody.
Good afternoon, ma'am. And I have also seen Professor Kannan. Good afternoon, sir.
Let you mute.
I would thank all the attendees for their patience. This is a virtual conference, and this is how you may please take your breaks for your water breaks, and please rejoin us in the next 5 minutes when we start our next session.
So what do we do for 5 minutes?
We will stay quiet and look at and prepare for the next session, sir. Kindly mute yourself, and we will just go on to the next session.
Yeah.
Ajit.
Hi, Ajit. But what are we waiting for, Priyanka?
So the time to start is 10 minutes. I'm just preparing for all the slides that are coming.
Okay. All right.
Priyanka,
Yes, sir.
while you are using the share screen, I cannot put mine on. I'll try.
I have
If
stopped.
I can't,
I
you
have
just
stopped.
use-
I have stopped the share screen, sir. I was just doing all
Let
the
me
tech
try.
checks. Yes. So kindly wait a moment. Can we please see Professor Mahendra Dev? We have already started getting questions on the survey presentation from people. Yes, this is for these tech checks that we have taken this break.
Where is Mahendra?
So this is the equivalent of changing props on stage between scenes.
But Professor A. Sharma is myself, it seems.
We can see Ms. Dagmar Walter now. Wonderful. Glad to see you. I understand there was a technical hassle in the first session, but please stay connected.
It says your internet connection is unstable.
Yeah.
What to start, Priyanka?
So we are waiting for Professor Mahindra Dev's video.
He's here. He's here.
You're there, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, Professor Mahindra Dev, just a quick, yes, if Sudipto sir can please, Professor Mandal can please stop sharing. Can please stop sharing his screen?
Had trouble at
And I would request all the others to please keep their mics on mute. I would request Professor Mahindra Dev, if I can see you or if you can say something. So Professor Mandal, if you can stop sharing the screen now.
Yeah, I can see you.
Yes, right now Professor Mandal is trying his screen share.
Priyanka,
Yes.
I think you just put up the slides from your end and I'll talk because it's getting complicated to screen share and open my documents.
I'll do that. I'll do that for you. Sir. So kindly indicate when you want me to.
So you can.
I am done. My screen is ready with your presentation. I'll do that for you.
We are waiting for Mahindra as the chair.
I'm here.
He's there, but it's just that I want to see Mahindra Dev sir once. Yes, sir, on your screen there's a Q&A window if you can see. Kindly touch your screen. Kindly click that. Kindly click that.
1 minute. Yes.
And please drag it to the side. This is where all the people are putting up their questions. I will also be helping you out, sending you out the questions, but this is where all the people are putting up their questions. So while the presentations are on, you can drag it down and you can see all the questions. This is only for the moderator. Yes, sir.
Standing.
Yes, Professor Ghosh.
My name is Professor A. Sharma here.
I will change that once you are.
Okay.
I'm not able to.
Ajit, when you want to change your name, you should alert us.
I am renaming you as Professor Ajit Ghosh. We have corrected your name, sir.
Oh, good.
There you are. Very important. Okay. If by the permission of the chair, can we start this session, Professor Mahindra Dev?
Yes, we can start. Yep. Should I start or Priyanka, you want to?
Okay.
Should I start or?
I would.
Yeah.
So welcome to the first panel discussion. Thank you. First of all, thank you. Yes. Yes, sir. We are now going to start. This is to all the attendees. Thank you for staying on with us. I can see the numbers increasing every minute. So this is the first panel discussion, which is Impact and Strategies, India's Responses and Trajectories. The session is being moderated by Professor S. Mahindra Dev. He's director of the Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai. The panelists in this session are Professor Sudipto Mandal. He's Distinguished Fellow, National Council of Applied Economic Research, New Delhi. Professor Ajit Ghosh, he's visiting professor at Institute for Human Development. Mr. Mahesh Vyas, he's Managing Director and CEO, Center for Monitoring and Indian Economy Private Limited. Professor Kambala Sankaran, Professor, Campus Law Center, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. Studies, Trivandrum, and Chairman, Laurie Baker Center for Habitat Studies. I now request Professor S. Mahindra Dev to kindly moderate the session. I'm very much here for all your facilitations. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. Good afternoon and welcome to this panel 1. This panel covers topics like economic recession, employment, labor regulation, and social security. As you know, even in the pre-COVID period, Indian economy was slowing down labor force participation rates declined, particularly for women, and unemployment increased. So the lockdown of 10 weeks had a severe adverse impact on the economy, which was already slowing down, and devastating impact on labor and employment. On the economy, the projections show a negative growth of, in fact, some consensus minus 5% or more. Some say even minus 14%. Only agriculture may show some positive growth. For recovery of the economy, we need both supply side and demand side measures. But it is the demand side which is more important. Demand has to be created. On employment loss, we know the numbers. I mean, the CMIE has given the first time in the history of India, we had 27% unemployment rate in April, and lot of loss of millions of jobs. Even a small, particularly for informal sector workers, self-employed and wage-employed, including the migrant workers. A small survey by Azim Premji University also shows that 80% of workers lost work in urban areas and 57% of workers lost in rural areas. This survey also indicates, like the ISLE survey, 77% of the households were consuming less food than before. So what's the government response? We know this, as mentioned earlier, the 20 lakh crore package, but estimates show that fiscal relief or stimulus is only 1 to 1.5% of GDP. Some state governments like Kerala announced good relief measures. Some other state governments responded with labor reforms. It is obvious that we need more relief measures and promotional and protective social security measures for saving, particularly the lives and livelihoods. And also a need for more decentralization, like the ISLE survey said. In fact, ISLE survey gives some of the things what should be done. So the questions are, what is the impact of lockdown on economy and employment? Is the government response sufficient? What more is needed? What are the measures needed for increase in demand? You need more food and cash transfers and help for MSMEs. And what are the social security measures needed? So this panel covers, various topics, economy, economic recession, to social security. This is an excellent panel. The panelists are well known in this experts and in this subject. So let us start the presentations. First, I request Professor Sudipta Mandal to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahendra. Priyanka, if you will bring on the first slide.
I will.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So first of all, I want to thank the Institute of Human Development, ILO, and the Indian Institute of Labor Economics for giving me a chance to participate in this excellent webinar. I noticed that a lot of our very distinguished colleagues participating in it, and I quite look forward to these deliberations. Coming to the theme that I have been asked to talk about, that is the economic outlook and so on. Next slide, please. I want to start by saying that something that Mahendra already mentioned, that we are not starting with a new problem with this coronavirus shock. We were actually already in what is called hysteresis or sustained decline in growth because of two earlier shocks, namely the demonetization shock, which hit us in November 2016, followed by a very badly messed up GST rollout, though in principle that's a good tax. It was badly implemented, very badly, and then you got another major shock in July 2017. And now you have had, on top of that, a huge shock with the coronavirus. But before I get to discussing that, I just want to mention, because some people may raise this question, that if really the demonetization was such a bad shock, why didn't it show up until almost a year later? Because what you actually find is that there's a sustained decline in growth quarter by quarter from the third quarter of 2017-18. That's almost a year after the demonetization shock. Well, there's actually a very straightforward answer to this, and it's related to data infirmity. We all know that we don't have regular systematic time series data on the unorganized sector, which accounts for a very large part of certainly of employment and a significant part of output as well. Now, what the statistical authorities do in the absence of having actual data of what's going on in the unorganized sector is they simply assume that whatever is the growth performance or growth behavior in the organized sector also applies to the unorganized sector. Now, under normal circumstances, this may be the best assumption you can make. However, when you know that the impact of any particular shock is differential across the two sectors, and a large part of the impact, the worst effects are concentrated in the unorganized sector, medium, small enterprises, and so on. In that situation, to assume that the organized sector growth is also applicable to the unorganized sector essentially disguises the strength of the shock that has been delivered to the medium and small enterprises. And that is what really accounts for the fact that you didn't immediately see the effect of the demonetization shock, but in a year's time, it showed up along with the shock from the messed up GST rollout. And we have not got out of that. As I said, from the third quarter of 2017-18, every quarter growth rate has been going down compared to the previous quarter. And now we are down, as you know, in Q4 of the last financial year, that is 2019-20, we were down to less than 3%. And that is when this huge shock of the coronavirus has hit us. Next, please, Priyanka. Yeah. So as I said, it is on top of those two earlier shocks, and it is such a large discontinuity that any conventional types of forecasting techniques that we use to try and get a sense of how bad this shock is are actually not available to us, because we know that it's a very large shock, but as of now, it is not quantifiable. We don't know how much further the actual medical crisis, the coronavirus itself, the spread, how long it will go on, what will happen. And, the lockdown is slowly getting reduced, but it is still, some of it is still in place. We really don't know, and we don't know if there'll be a second spike. So in this very uncertain and, sharp discontinuity that we have experienced, conventional techniques of forecasting are just not applicable. And, in fact, I would say it's irresponsible to try and make forecasts based on, past observed patterns and so on. So the best that you can do in this situation is really to exercise judgment and engage in what we call building scenarios. Make the best guesses you can and try and think, if you will, an informed guess, and try and make a best guess of what is likely to be the likely impact of what's happened. Now, what we have done, and when I say we, I'm talking about a whole team at the National Council of Applied Economic Research, along with our colleagues Bhanumurthy and Rudrani, Professor Rudrani Bhattacharya at NCAER, we work together. We have tried to form a fairly detailed assessment of what has already happened, that is in this quarter, first quarter of 2021. we have made an assessment of what we think is likely to happen during the remaining 3 quarters of this year, and therefore come to a judgment of what may be the outlook for the year as a whole. And then I'll come to other issues regarding that. But as far as the first quarter is concerned, and I will show you in a minute, I'll show you the table that underlies what I'm about to say, which is that we expect that for the first quarter, there's been a 25% decline in GDP quarter over quarter. That is our output level at the end of this quarter, that is end of June 2021, will be 25% less than what it was in end June of 2019-20. And this huge decline, by the way, is, I think, broadly consistent with the picture that you're getting on the unemployment side. The most high frequency data you have, of course, is the CMIE data. I think Mahesh is part of this panel and he will talk more about it. But it went up at one point as much as 27%, the unemployment rate, and is now kind of stationary around 24%. So roughly, these are sort of in the same kind of ballpark as a very large shock on the output side that I am focusing on. And this, of course, is on top of the, I think, as Mahendra also mentioned, a very large decline in the labor force participation rate. Because the way things play out here, people are not always, they just withdraw from the labor force if they don't expect to get work. So your unemployment rate, however carefully computed, does not give you a full picture of the hit that employment is taking. I do notice, and Mahesh can clarify this further, that in June there has been some improvement in the labor force participation rate, partly as the lockdown, I guess, is being gradually rolled down. Next, please, Priyanka. Okay, so here is the table that I was referring to. What we did is we actually consulted domain experts at fairly detailed subsector level about what has happened in your little subsector. And then we aggregated upwards based on the weighting diagram, the weight of those subsectors into broad subsectors and then into main subsectors, and finally the 3 main sectors, namely agriculture, forestry, fishing, then industry, and then services, and the total. And the picture that we come out with, again, something that Mahendra referred to, agriculture actually has been doing fairly well. We had a good crop, Rabi crop. The expectation is that the Kharif crop will also be good since the monsoon seems to be on a normal track. So we get an assessment of about 3% growth in agriculture. And now I'm still talking about just Q1 of the present financial year. Coming to industry, this is where the biggest hit has been taken, of course, especially by the medium, small enterprises, but that is not going to show up here in the sort of sectoral picture. But manufacturing is down, according to us, according to our guesstimate, by 62%. Water supply, gas, etc., down by 40%, construction down by 60%, the sector as a whole down by 54%. This is the biggest hit. Services also, it's a mixed picture because some sectors like public administration, defense, and so on really have continued to go. It's basically the salaries that people get. Similarly, for the financial sector, though real estate has been hit, financial sector and professional services have continued to function. Something like IT-enabled services actually grown. And so there also we see significant positive growth. Trade, hotels, transportation, so on, has again taken a very, very bad hit, as bad as manufacturing. We all know this about the tourism sector, transport sector, and so on, and that's minus 62%. Overall, the services sector is down by 16% or so. So putting all that together, about 25 to 26% decline in GDP. Next, please, Priyanka. So that was the picture for Q1. And then we tried again to make our best guess of what is likely to happen over the rest of the year. And we expect a gradual recovery in some sectors, continuing growth in agriculture, we think will just continue to perform as it has been performing. So overall, a 3% growth. In the case of industry, we assess that by the end of this year, that is in the first quarter of the next financial year, namely 21-22, we will be back to where we were at the beginning of this year. So zero growth, in other words, neither minus nor plus. This is because of the gradual recovery of the supply response. The same thing with services, zero growth, and overall about a 0.5% positive, or we can say even zero, because this is gross value added, by the way, not GDP. But this is in a counterfactual scenario where there is no building in of the effects of any stimulus. Now we know that actually there has been significant stimulus, which I'm going to discuss in a minute. So this is just a counterfactual scenario to provide us with a baseline. Next, please. Okay, so now we come to what stimulus measures the government has actually taken. There's a lot of discussion about this in the press and so on. First of all, about the fiscal side, what's the story there? Well, there was already, before this COVID business came in our budget for FY 2021, there was already a 5.8% fiscal deficit built into that, not just the central budget, but the center plus states, about 5.8%.
Is it using CMIE
already built in there?
Yes, it's using CMIE.
In addition to that, the central government has since then announced, had announced additional post-budget borrowing of a very significant amount to offset the shortfall in revenue, which was already being experienced, as had been made much more worse, of course, by the coronavirus shock. Then comes to that famous, much hyped 20 trillion package that was announced. There, if you break it up, you find that really just, according to us, just 1.3% of GDP is the actual fiscal stimulus in that. The rest of it was things of other kind, especially encouraging banks to lend and so forth. Of course, those where there are guarantees provided by the central government, that does imply some amount of contingent liability. That's not part of the fiscal stimulus. Now, in addition to that, we also have to figure in that a 2% additional borrowing headroom has been provided for the states. This is something the states had been demanding quite correctly, because the frontline action has to be taken by them, whether it's on distribution of relief like food or handout of income, or certainly medical care and so on. Now, the central government has allowed for additional borrowing of 2% GDP. Unfortunately, they've attached it to all kinds of conditions which I'd never heard of before. I mean, I don't think ever there's been a borrowing program with conditional, conditions attached to it. It's beginning to sound like the way sometimes the IMF used to deal with the poorer countries in the past. Has become much more liberal now. So this is very unfortunate. But anyway, it is still part of this fiscal stimulus that is potential. And that's very large, as you can see. It's over 11% of GDP. Come to the monetary policy side, the RBI had already undertaken liquidity infusion through a variety of measures. They don't have time to go into the details, of about 4% of GDP. Now, in addition to that, most of this 20 trillion package are actually government guaranteed additional credit flow. And that amounts to, again, about 4% of GDP. The difference is that the liquidity infusion the RBI undertook initially is on what is called high-powered money or reserve money, and which have a much more impact in demand generation compared to these credit flow increases, which will affect what we call M3. It will increase liquidity, but not with as much of a bang as increasing reserve money. So in other words, what I'm saying is that messaging was all mixed up, or the peculiar way in this 20 trillion package was given. In fact, if you take all the fiscal stimulus measures that have been there, starting with the budget, plus the measures taken on the liquidity infusion side, actually it is fairly substantial. So now, what is the effect of this in terms of actual output? Again, we start with a model simulation where we assume that there are no supply side constraints and only this demand impact, the pump priming of demand comes into effect. That would actually translate to not high, but positive growth rate of about over 1%, 1.3% of GDP, combined with an inflation rate of 5.5%, a fiscal deficit which would go up to 7.6% because the revenues have fallen, but you're trying to maintain your expenditure, and a current account deficit of close to 3% of GDP. However, this scenario, which we call our scenario 1, is also unrealistic in the sense it assumes that there are no supply side constraints that would apply, which would in fact apply in the real world. And now we will look at that. Priyanka, if I may have the next one, please. Yeah, so our base scenario is the one that I've just talked about. And then we have seen what would be the impact of supply side constraints, meaning that there are three things that have happened. First of all, because of the shock, a lot of the MSMEs have just died. And you can't infuse liquidity afterwards. They're not going to be brought alive. You'll need new enterprises to come. So there's a huge high mortality of in the unorganized informal sector. Then we all know about the terrible tragedy of the migrants all going back to their villages, and they're not going to come back in a hurry given the terrible conditions in which they had to survive in the absence of jobs and so on, which forced them to leave. And finally, there has been, of course, complete supply chain disruption. Now, for all these to come back as if there was nothing, and overnight they switch back just because the demand is being pushed and because the lockdown has been removed, is not realistic. It is going to come back quite gradually. How gradually or how quickly, we don't know. So we made these various assumptions. Our scenario 1 is one that I have already referred to earlier, that we end up with zero growth at the end of the year. So the supply response leads you up to where you were at the end of the last year. That would give us an inflation rate of these are all consistency stories of this much growth, and what is inflation, what is fiscal deficit, and so on. A fiscal deficit of 7.8%, inflation 6%, zero growth, and a current account deficit of 2.6%. Mind you, since the fiscal policy and monetary policy has already been specified and we have built it into in the model simulations, much of the impact is being picked up actually on the inflation side and the current account deficit. Scenario 2 is if supply response is more constrained and you end up with a -2% GDP growth for the whole year. In that case, the inflation would be slightly higher, the fiscal deficit not very much different, and the current account deficit about 2.3%. As you know, we think that over a 2% current account deficit puts us into strain on the balance of payments and foreign exchange and so on. Scenario 3 is a more severe scenario, which looks at a -5% GDP drop. Inflation goes up somewhat higher there, so does the fiscal deficit, and the current account deficit in this case is because is reduced to 1.8%. Because there's a large drop in GDP, so our demand for imports will be constrained to that extent. And our worst case scenario is a -10% GDP. If you recall, I had started with our 12.5% decline in the absence of any stimulus, but we know there's been a stimulus. So the worst case scenario we're looking at is a supply response that constrains your growth, or rather your negative growth, to just -10%. So 10% lower GDP this year compared to last year. Again, inflation of around 9%, fiscal deficit 7.5% roughly. And the current account deficit now quite manageable and small, modest at just over 1%. I seem to have got back my screen sharing. I'm doing it myself now. Yeah, so this is just what I've already said. Our fiscal and monetary stimulus is already built into the model. The worst case scenario we have is a 10% decline in GDP with inflation 8%, current account is 1%. The best case is that we get zero growth. We don't actually think we'll have positive growth. The best we can hope for is zero growth or zero decline in output with a 6% inflation and a 2.6% current account deficit. My best guess, and this is, I can't make the whole team responsible. My best guess is that most likely we'll probably be in the range of somewhere between -5% of GDP to -2% of GDP. I'm not going into details of the kind of measures that need to be taken, the relief measures, the distribution of food, the distribution of incomes. A lot of us, including myself, have been writing a lot about it, the need to put money in the hands of people right now. But I don't want to take up time on that. I'm sure that will come up later in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudipto. So we move to Ajit Ghosh. He's going to speak on lockdown and employment.
Thank you very much. There has already been a good introduction. Well, COVID-19 has generated a public health crisis, and the government's response to it has generated a kind of job crisis. Now, the nationwide lockdown that was imposed to contain the spread of the virus also meant an effective shutdown of a large part of the economy for at least 2 months. Now, in an economy such as India's, where employment conditions remained poor even when the economy was booming, the adverse effects of the economic shutdown on jobs and livelihoods have been huge and immediate. How, when, and to what extent these will be reversed are not very easy to predict. Now, in my presentation, I shall try to provide first a concrete idea of the nature and magnitude of the immediate effects of economic shutdown on jobs and livelihoods. And second, some observations on the prospects of trend reversals. I shall do this in 3 steps. At the first step, I shall consider the employment conditions in 2018, which can be taken to be the employment conditions as they were before the lockdown shock hit the economy. This gives us an idea of the jobs that were most vulnerable to the shock. At the second step, I shall provide some estimates of job losses that the economic shutdown is most likely to have caused.
Not working.
Sorry? I shall also make a few observations on the job losers and on labor market indicators of job losses. Now, of course, Mr. Mahesh Biasis will also be speaking, and he had, his database CMIE is the only database giving current views. So we will have a common picture from him as well. Now, the third step, I shall take a view of the medium-term prospects of reversal of trends, that is, of return of jobs and livelihoods. Okay, first slide, Priyanka. Next slide, please. Priyanka? Priyanka?
Yes, sir. Your slide is on. We are sharing your slide, sir.
Yeah. So please, can you get to the next slide?
Okay. Next one. Yes, sir.
It's not coming full screen also.
It is coming full screen now, sir.
Okay. I can't see it, but anyway.
We are on the first slide after your introduction slide, sir.
Okay, somehow my screen is not showing it. I don't know what.
I think Priyanka, we can't see full one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Priyanka, some other version is being shared.
Yeah.
Either Ajit's or some other version. That version has to be closed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Professor Ghosh, kindly continue. We'll be back with the correct slide.
Okay. So the employment now, the first slide is showing the employment scene in 2018, and also the changes during the period 2012 to 2018. And now that period was actually a period of high growth. Growth averaged about 7%, 7% per annum. And yet, the employment conditions actually deteriorated during that period. Now this we can see from the following facts. Sorry, I can see Sudipto, but I cannot see the slides. Are the slides on? Priyanka?
Not yet, I think. Yeah, maybe you could have continued with the smaller version.
Okay.
I would just request you to continue, sir. I'm trying to get your slides on. Give me a moment. Kindly continue with your first slide. I will be back with the first slide.
Okay. So what happened during 2012 to 2018 to employment? Total employment declined in absolute terms. Secondly, employment of the less educated, that is those with either no schooling or with up to 5 years of up to primary level education, declined very sharply. So the less educated people are actually losing jobs on a large scale. Third, employment of the educated increased, but the increase was less than adequate to absorb all the labor market entrants. And that is seen from the fact that the employment rate of the educated also declined. And here I have defined the employment rate with reference to non-student population. So participation in education, increased participation in education is not a part of the explanation of the decline in the employment rate. And then the unemployment rate of the educated increased quite sharply. And
may I come in for a moment, sir? Can you now see your slides?
I can see slightly.
Yes.
Covered
So
by
yes, your slides are on now. Please continue.
Okay. Now, the unemployment rate of the educated increased sharply, and the increase in overall unemployment rate from just 2% in 2012 to 6% in 2018 essentially reflects the increase in the educated unemployment rate. Now, one important point to note is that while the less educated suffered large-scale job loss, this shows up in the sharp decline in their employment rate. But their unemployment rate increased only a little. This means that their labor force participation rate declined in parallel with the employment rate. So confronted with job loss, the less educated went out of the labor force and did not become unemployed. I'm sure Mr. Mahesh Vyas will also have something to say here, because the unemployment rate actually understates the kind of job loss that has occurred. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Okay. I now come to the question of the, is this the full slide? Anyhow, I'll continue. I come to the question of jobs that could be regarded as most vulnerable to the shock of shutdown. There are two considerations here. One is the types of employment, and certain types of jobs are much more vulnerable than certain other types, and the sectors of economic activities, certain sectors are more affected by the shutdown than others. Now, the types of employment generally know casual wage employment, self-employment, and regular wage employment that are informal. These are the vulnerable jobs. As for the sectors, agricultural activities were less affected, and as Professor Mandal has shown, it wasn't greatly affected than non-agricultural activities. But certain non-agricultural activities were much less activated, much less affected than others. Now, the classification that I have done here, non-agriculture 1 and non-agriculture 2, is based on that. Basically, the non-agriculture activities 1 experienced almost close to complete shutdown. Non-agricultural activities 2, only partial shutdown. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah. No. Yeah, this is fine. So the employment conditions in 2018, you can see are already poor. So now here we have a quite a relaxed definition of formal jobs, regular wage salaried jobs with entitlement to at least one kind of social security. But even this gives us a 10% regular formal jobs, 10% of total workforce in this kind of jobs. As for the quantitative significance of the vulnerable types of employment, the kind of workers in such employment, I have the last line here, the percent less educated in that particular category. So you can see that 90% of employment is informal and insecure and hence vulnerable. A large majority of the workers in these types of employment are less educated and poor. As for quantitative significance of jobs in sectors most adversely affected by the economic shutdown and the kind of workers in these jobs, only 11% of the jobs was in non-agricultural activities least affected by the lockdown. The workers in these activities are basically educated and relatively well off. 48% of employment was in the non-agricultural activities most affected by the lockdown, and 41% in agriculture, which was less affected by the non-agricultural activities, less affected than non-agricultural activities 1, but perhaps more affected than non-agricultural activities 2. Next slide, please. Now, here are some estimates of the job losses. And in the bottom half of the table, you can see more or less the underlying assumptions in the estimates. Of course, these estimates are based on the 2018 data. So what then we get is something like 48% of jobs are lost as a result of the lockdown, which on the basis of the data for 2018 comes to 21 million. And if you project it on a simple projection to say March to 2020, we get a figure of 231 million persons who have lost jobs. And 86% of these job losers are either self-employed or casual workers, and hence less educated and relatively poor. Now, actually, these are somewhat conservative estimates. Why? Because I assume that no formal job is lost. Nobody who was in formal jobs has lost a job, which in fact is not all these formal jobs are so secure. In fact, the estimates are that about 20% of what I have called regular formal employees have secure job contracts. So some of the regular formal employees also may have lost jobs. I've counted that out. In agriculture, I have assumed only the unpaid family workers lost jobs, and less than 50% of the casual workers lost jobs, which also seems to me to be somewhat conservative assumptions. Next slide, please. Now, this is another kind of estimate which uses the sample results from the sample survey conducted by the Azim Premji University, and the figures at the bottom in red are taken from there, which are then applied to. Now, this gives a larger estimate. It's 63% of the employed, and on simple projection, it would be more than 300 million persons have lost jobs as a result of the lockdown, and 72% of the job losers were either self-employed or casual workers. That's again. So I mean, the broad lines are quite clear. Now, I come to some remarks about what the medium-term prospects look like. Meaning, do we get back to how do the jobs and livelihoods sort of come back as the gradual reopening occurs of the economy occurs, and there's some possibility of trend reversals. Now, Professor Mandu has given a picture already of the kind of the way reopening is affecting the production side. Now, what I have just a few brief remarks to make on this. Now, on the demand side of the picture, as a result of the lockdown, what's happened, and that's clear already, there have been large income losses, but also income inequality has increased, probably quite a great deal. So both actually have an effect of sort of demand compression. So the demand is a serious problem. Now, this might be overcome if all production sectors could start producing simultaneously. There would be some kind of a mutual demand creation, because jobs would grow and demand would grow. So the demand side problem could be solved to an extent if there was simultaneous revival of all economic activities that suffered shutdown. Unfortunately, that possibility is not strong, given the sort of widespread disruptions that have occurred and the consequent difficulties of restarting, that which requires reactivating factories and workspaces that have remained unused for some time, restoring transport and logistics arrangements, undoing the disruptions of global and domestic supply chains, and of course, reversing the dispersal of workers that has happened. So it is, I just end with the remark that at this point, at least, it's difficult to be optimistic about a quick return to the status quo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajit Ghosh. Now we move on to Mahesh Vyas. Labor market shock in India results from CPHS. Mahesh, can you unmute? Mahesh, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you now for a brief moment.
Okay. So you can start now, presentation.
Sure. So if the slideshow can begin, please.
So we would request you to kindly start speaking. We are putting the slides. Here we are, sir. We are ready. Mr. Mahesh Vyas, if you can kindly start speaking.
I think there's some problem with his
Internet. We have been getting his messages. I would request all the attendees to kindly bear with us. Mr. Vyas, if you could hear us, if you could just say hello to us.
Priyanka, I suggest you call him and he can speak through your phone.
Okay, if you can call him and if he can speak through our phone. Yeah, we'll put him on speaker through this thing.
Yeah, I think he's having internet problems.
He's having internet problems.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Mahesh Vyas, we can hear you. Kindly start speaking.
Yeah, but I can't see anything on my screen. So I'll just say, I can't even see what you're showing. So I'll just start speaking.
Okay, so your introduction slide is on first. Can we go to the first slide? Kindly start speaking, sir. We can hear you.
Sure, okay. So the presentation is
Based on Consumer Pyramids Household Survey that we have been conducting. The Consumer Pyramids Household Survey is designed to produce fast frequency data on the well-being of households. By fast frequency, we mean general.
and on a monthly basis. The full panel of 174,000 odd households are surveyed over a 4-month period, but the execution is done such.
We get enough observations for every week and for every month. So we get around 11,000 household sample for a week and about 43,500 households
per month. The response rate is usually between 80 and 85%. So we still get a reasonably good sample to make statements at an all India level on a weekly basis and on a state-wise, rural, urban also on a monthly basis.
The survey was
the survey is supposed to be continuous. The survey never stops. It began in January 2014, and since then we have never stopped the survey. One wave gets over, and then immediately after that, the next wave begins. But after the lockdown, we had a challenge that the survey, which is designed to be actually a face-to-face interview on GPS-enabled handheld devices, those were challenged. But in the same week.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
Yeah, so I'm speaking blind. I can't see anything on my screen, but I will try my best to explain. So in the same week, we did manage to show the
survey from being a face-to-face survey into a telephonic survey. But many of the checks and balances had to be redesigned, and we had to rely on
supervisors to conduct the survey. As a result, the responses reduced, but they are still good. Priyanka, if you can still hear me, can you go to the next slide, please?
Gone. It's on impact of lockdown on response. There are 4 graphs, sir. Kindly go ahead.
Yes, so as you can presumably see on the screen, there are 4 charts. There is one which shows the monthly responses from Jan 2020.
We used to get with the 80% response rate, we used to still get a reasonably good number of responses per month. And this dropped in March because of the lockdown in the last week, and dropped further in April and May as well. You can see another chart on the side.
So the same thing on weekly, and there's one little small graph which shows a drop in responses quite substantially. That is the week in which, the first week of the lockdown, in which we were quickly
shifting from face to face to telephonic interviews. Below, we show how we were trying to manage to ensure that the sample does not get skewed one way or the other.
Monthly distribution between rural and urban remained reasonably stable, but we had a hiccup in the week in which the transition happened. Whereas the urban representation used to be 70% earlier
because of a sample being 70% urban, but then we corrected this to ensure that it does not skew too much. So the representation, rural and urban, we have had an eye on to ensure that
of representation as we had earlier. The sample, as you know, is large, 174,000. This has dropped very substantially to 3,000
observations per week. Compared to earlier, we used to have about 7,000 observations per week. If you could go to the next slide. Can we go to the
next slide, please?
Yes, sir, we are. Weekly estimates as advanced indicators.
So in this slide, what I want to show is how the fast frequency data manages to give us advanced
indication of what is happening to labor markets. This is just a representative slide. We can see the same thing for labor participation rate or employment rate as well. But this shows that in the last week of March, the
unemployment rate did shoot up very sharply. The data for April was yet to come. It would take 4 weeks before the data for April would come, but the weekly unemployment rate
already started showing that the unemployment rate is high. We did not release the data for the last week of March because we were not sure whether this data is reliable enough. The sample was small, but after seeing for a couple of weeks that the number is reasonably stable,
and the representation across various segments were more or less similar to what we had earlier, we released the numbers, and when the sample was large enough at the end of the month, we found that the weekly numbers were reasonably good indicators of what was happening post-lockdown. So it looked like the weekly information based on a smaller sample is still a fairly good indicator of where the labor markets were headed. So we started releasing these numbers, and as you can see, the weekly numbers are slightly more volatile as they're expected to be with a smaller sample.
And May otherwise have given us fairly stable unemployment rate of around 23.5%. But what is interesting to see is the line that gets into June, and that is showing a fall
in the unemployment rate. So it looks like in June, the unemployment rate could have come down a bit. It may have just gone off from that 23.5% to something slightly lower.
We also have a 30-day moving average, which is showing the unemployment rate as of yesterday to be close to around 20% or so, or even lower than that. There is simultaneously an increase in the labor participation rate.
So something seems to be changing in June. The change seems to have begun in May, in late May. wherein the labor participation rate is rising and the
unemployment rate is falling. This is not yet going back to where we were before the lockdown, but it looks like June is going to see a significantly different set of numbers. The next slide is about what happened
to the various kinds of people who are employed. This is impact upon employment. So what we actually saw is that 122 million
jobs were lost. And of these 122 million jobs lost, in April, 91 million were of small traders, wage laborers, those kinds of people who
work as small traders and wage laborers. The biggest hit was in this category. Business people also reported a decline of 18 million. And salaried employees
found a fall also of slightly less than 18 million, but there was an increase in the number of farmers. So small traders, very vulnerable. Business and salaried employees also took a hit, but farmers saw an increase. This is what happened in the month
of April. This is only for the month of April. If you can click on that, again, we will see the performance for June. Can you please show the next slide, please? Yes. So here we see that the decline, now these declines are, mind you, compared to 2019-20, the average numbers for 2019-20. So compared to the average numbers of 2019-20, small traders had declined by 91 million in May, but the decline reduced to 77 million in June. It declined from 18 million for business people
to 12.6 million in June, but it did not change for salaried employees. So salaried employees saw a worsening of their employment from 17.7 million to 17.8 million.
So this is turning out to be a lot more difficult for salaried employees to see their jobs come back. Whereas the small traders who can quickly go back to their daily wage workers or to their if they're doing some hawking or some work, etc., that's easy to get back.
Farmers who had seen an increase in employment in 5.7 million in May saw a further increase. So this seems to be some migration into what I could possibly call as low productivity jobs, people thronging to the farm sectors when the jobs in the other sectors are getting lost. So again, this is fast frequency data. This is data that we are able to get from samples which are less than 50% of our usual samples, but the sample is large enough for us to give us an idea of what is the nature of the job losses that happened in April and May. If you can go to the next slide, please. Here we see on the x-axis is the age groups, and on the y-axis is their share in totals. So this shows that the share in total employment in 2019-20 had this inverted U shape. Now, the next line, if you click again, you will find is the next slide, please. Now, this line, the red line, shows the share in fall in employment. So the first blue line was the share in employment in 2019-20, whereas this is the share in the fall in employment in April 2020. And what I want to show over here is that on the left-hand side, all the younger population are the ones where the share in fall is larger. And on the right-hand side, you will see the share in fall is correspondingly lower. So this is just an elementary indication that the fall in employment that happened in April was essentially or almost entirely amongst people who are younger than 40 years of age. So this is quite stark. I mean, the line is clearly above the blue line. The red line is clearly above the blue line till age 40, and then it drops. If we can go to the next slide, please. This is for June. Now in June, people below 30 years of age still seem to be losing, but there is an improvement in the age groups above 30. So in May, people till 40 were getting hit. In June, people till 30 are getting hit, but the hit seems to be a lot more concentrated in the age groups above 30. So they had a hit in May, and then they have had a bigger hit in June. So if I just wrap up, the last two slides told us that the hit is more in small traders and wage laborers. And now I'm saying that the hit is more by a different kind of calculation in the younger people. So the next slide, please. This is about gender. So these bars tell us, again, a similar kind of a ratio, that the share of men in employment in 2019-20 was of the order of some 89% or so. Their share in the fall was lower. So as you can see, the second bar in the center is lower than the left bar, which means the share of men in total employment was higher than their share in the fall. And the fall becomes a little better in May. If you can go to the next slide, women show a very different picture. So the share of women, the first bar, red bar, is lower than the share in the fall. The share in the fall for women is higher than their share in employment. So women have suffered a disproportionate share in the fall in employment. So we saw that the hit was mostly in daily wage laborer kind of people, also in salaried employees, which is sticky. Then we see that the younger people got hit, and now we are saying that the women suffered a disproportionately higher fall in employment. The next slide, please. Here is about education, and what we see over here is that people who were less educated were the ones that got hit. So the share of people with only primary education, less than 6th grade education, had a lower proportion in employment than their share in the fall. The second bar, the share in the fall is much larger, and this grew in May. So it gotten worse for them in the month of May, that their share in the fall became bigger. If you go to the next slide, we see secondary education, and here the hit is so if you have more than primary education, you don't get hit as much as your share in employment. The share in employment is, but their share falls. And the last slide, if you can just show that, please, is about graduates. Again, these people see that the fall in employment for graduates is lower than their share in employment. So that's the basic thing I'm saying, that the fast frequency data tells us something useful, tells us something quick enough for us to get a sense of where we are getting. The weekly data gave us an idea of what the monthly numbers would be. And the monthly numbers are reasonably large even after the survey got impacted adversely. And we are able to see that it is the daily wage workers getting hit, the younger people getting hit, women getting hit, and less educated people getting hit. That's it. If you can click on the next, it's my thank you slide.
Okay, thank you, Mahesh. Now we move to Dr. Kamala Shankaran, who's going to speak on emerging perspectives in labor regulation. Yeah, you have to unmute. Professor Shankaran, you have to unmute.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Dev, and thank you to the IHD, ILO, and Indian Society for Labor Economics for this invitation to speak today I think I'm a little bit of an odd person out. I'm the only non-economist here. So I'm going to speak without a slide. So I just have a presentation that I'm going to make. And I think that I've been asked to speak, and the topic is on the perspectives on labor regulation in the wake of the COVID-19 crisis. And I think this crisis that it has thrown up in the world of work has sort of helped shift and bring to center stage the question of work and workers. And this has come into the public discourse after a very long time. I mean, it's sad that it's happened, but in another way, it's also a good and welcome thing that public discourse is now so sharply looking at the world of work. It's also brought back, in my opinion, the focus on what should be the basic rights in the world of work and in the manner in which we regulate business. And it could not have come in one sense at a better time, because India is engaged in these codes and understanding how we should codify and recodify labor law. And it has the returning migrant regime. And what's been happening has also once again how do we develop our regulatory framework? What should be our points of departure from past models? What structures should future frameworks take? I'm going to touch on some of a few. First one I'm taking up is the existential dilemma confronting regulation, particularly labor regulation. What I think is remarkable is that some ideas pop up with amazing regularity, particularly in times of crisis. Even though there's no solid evidence backing them, I refer to the idea that labor laws are costly, that they distort the market and create inefficiencies. And in fact, the question is often posed as a binary of the state versus the market. What is not so much in the public discourse is several longitudinal studies by various scholars like Simon Deacon, the publications of the ILO under the Regulating for Decent Work initiative, other studies in India, which in fact point to the positive effects of setting up a framework, a labor framework among unequal bargaining parties, and the setting of a protective floor in an unequal labor market that regulations do address and ought to address. So there is this normative question also, which is clearly established by a large number of studies. Why I think this is what I have flagged as the most important question is the recent moves to drop labor laws for a particular period in order to position India or a state in particular as an attractive destination for investment indicates how much of attraction this idea of deregulation has over the minds of our policy makers. And this is notwithstanding the clear mandate of our constitution, given our fundamental rights, and more importantly, the directive principles of state policy and the mandate to provide decent work conditions, public assistance in times of want, a living wage, etc. And our constitution to be the governance of the country, and it shall be the duty of the state to apply such principles in the making of laws. That is to say that this choice of whether or not to have these basic principles frame labor regulations in India is not one which is to be exercised by the governments of the day. The larger choices have already been taken in our constitution. And I therefore argue that the minimum conditions of protection is a constitutional duty, and it is not merely a duty of the state or a central government to implement, that it is in fact merely a duty of the state or central government to implement these relevant provisions of the constitution and not to dilute them. The next issue that I just want to quickly flag for further discussion is that the regulatory regime, when we're looking at employment, covers more than just labor laws. No doubt, labor laws have the pride of place, but the regulatory regime covers far more than that. Issues of competition law, investment law, human rights law, to mention a few, overlap. To illustrate, The recent returning migrant crisis has indicated that the need to provide employment, or in absence, unemployment allowance, is a part of social security, and it is a human right, and it is recognized as part of our constitutional scheme. How do we bring it as part of our labor law? How do we provide housing rights, which cannot be made specific to one employer or to a particular industry? How do we deal with the emergence of platform and the gig economy, which is often addressed far more by competition law? If you take the recent court cases in India of taxi drivers and trade unions of taxi drivers on the one hand versus cab aggregators, it also shows us that competition law is often a site of labor rights and labor protection, which we must look at. Look at supply chains and supply chain managements. How do we fix the liability for workers, which goes beyond the scope of traditional labor law, on the user enterprise or the label, which is beyond and far broader than the principle of the principal employer that we are familiar with in labor law? So the point that I'm making here is that we need to look at several regulatory frameworks and not just narrowly at labor laws. We want to address this particular crisis. The third issue that I would like to flag is the nature of Indian federalism. Currently, we have central laws, we have state laws, we have central laws that are administered centrally, some which are administered by the states, and rule-making powers which are shared by both center and states. There is a line of thinking which is gathering ground, which is to make labor laws fully a state subject. And the danger of that is that it threatens the principle of universality. There's another aspect of federalism in this labor regulatory framework, and that is that whatever be the nature of federalism that we have in India, it is still the central government and the central state that responds to the ILO, to the WTO, and responds to our obligations under international law. And this aspect of the nature of the federal state cannot be sidestepped in the replies that the Indian government gives to international agencies. The fourth point that I'd like to just very quickly flag is the complexity of labor laws. It is a fact that labor laws are very, very complex. And they are complex because they seek to cover many contingencies that the administration wishes to cover, with the end result that they become almost impossible to navigate. Even with the finest legal brains, you may not be clear what exactly one should do at any point in time. And let me take one example. Recently, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, Assam, Goa notified changes in various labor laws, and I'm focusing particularly on the changes in the Factories Act and the Industrial Disputes Act 1947. Take, for example, the Factories Act. Most of these states wanted to increase the hours of work. Even though they have such experienced administrators and legal minds, look at the route that these 15 odd states took. Some states took the ordinance route in order to amend these laws. And these ordinances would, of course, require prior central government approval because that is the nature of Indian federalism. Some sets of states took action under Section 5 of the Factories Act, which allows for exemption of up to 3 months in a public or a grave emergency, while some other states took their executive orders under Section 65 of the Factories Act, which permits the granting of full exemption. And some others were still debating whether prior consent of president was required to modify these central laws. Now, this I'm just flagging in order to tell you that all these laws that we have, including the codes that we are now discussing, have so many ways in which the state has been given powers to modify, vary, alter, exempt, that it is extremely dangerous from the point of view of the workers. It's also important to point out here that but for that message from the Director General of the ILO, conveyed by the head of the Freedom of Association branch, Dr. Curtis, as reported in the news media, which resulted in stalling in several of these moves, we would perhaps be having this extraordinary situation where workers would be asked to work 12 hours a day. And these are also being challenged in various courts, and these are still pending in several courts across India and in the Supreme Court. The ongoing codification exercise has not solved the problem of complexity. A look at the codes would indicate how they have stitched together pre-existing laws, not necessarily harmonizing them. So, for example, if you look at the Code on Wages, or you look at the draft Occupational Safety and Health Code, which is currently under discussion in Parliament, these two codes, for example, talk of both workers and employees. In addition, their definitions also have definitions of audiovisual worker, building worker, contract labor, motor transport worker, sales promotion employees, just to give a few, which create so many categories within the same establishment or industry. When the Parliamentary Standing Committee in February asked the government why there is a distinction between workers and employers, or put it another way, why there should be a distinction between blue-collared workers and white-collared workers within a single code, the reply of the government was rather surprising, and this is captured in the report of the committee, and I'm quoting, the Ministry of Labour gave this reply, and I quote, "In the Industrial Disputes Act, only workers are covered. If we cover employees, it will become anti-worker." You can see the approach here, pitting workers against employees and then still trying to contrive to have a single code where all those who work are governed by a single law. What an approach is this? And yet at the same time, if you were to look at these codes more carefully, domestic workers, who are predominantly women, unpaid workers continue to be ignored because household as an employing entity has been completely ignored. So the complexity of these laws, the kinds of powers that are given, continues to be a major problem that I would like to flag. Fifth, I would like to also flag the fact that there is a lack of focus on independent inspections and the ability of an inspector to initiate administrative proceedings if violations are found. And what should be the structure of these laws? Should they be rights-based or not? Should they be merely declaratory, or should they focus on enforcement, etc.? This is the last point that I would like to take up before I come to my the points that I would like to reflect on. The focus on independent inspection and enforcement is an aspect that has unfortunately been kept very deliberately low key in all the new legislations that we have had in the last 15-20 years. I'm excluding the codes for the moment. Take, for example, the MNREGA Act of 2005. The Unorganized Workers Social Security Act of 2008, the Street Vendors Act of 2014, or the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act of 2013. The lack of complaint procedures, the lack of allowing or empowering inspectors to go in freely and inspect is truly the hallmark of the recent slate of legislations. Let me take two examples here. What happens when workers, the returning migrants, go back to their home states currently and register for an MNREGA, get a job card, but do not get work? What legal steps does the Act afford them? The MNREGA Act provides that any dispute or complaint is to be referred to the program officer or the district program coordinator. But a study of the MNREGA done some years ago by the Comptroller and Accountant General of India noted that in the absence of detailed grievance redressal mechanism, it was not clear what the program officer or district program coordinator, what relief they could provide to the aggrieved workers. So you create a right, but the remedy that it creates is really lacking. Likewise, the Unorganized Workers Social Security Act does not lay down clearly what right to social security unorganized workers are entitled to, nor does it create any forum for dealing with these grievances. It merely enables the government to provide social security benefit without laying down any floor of these rights. As a result, it does not partake of the quality of being a rights-based legislation at all. The law merely provides for some benefits to the workers, but denies them any voice in raising grievances or demanding any benefits. This is particularly worrisome because the Unorganized Workers Social Security Act is touted as one of the important laws that will apply to the unorganized sector, and it is in fact picked up as such and placed in the draft social security code that is under discussion in Parliament. And therefore, how rights-based should our laws be? What should be the role? The codes also talk of an inspector come facilitator device, and the absence of independent powers of the inspector to inspect without prior permission is glaring. Already, because of the requirement of the ILO Convention number 81, which India has ratified, which requires that inspectors must have independent powers to walk in without prior permission into an establishment or industry, and which also requires an inspector to initiate action if violations are found. Already India is in a little bit of a difficulty with regard to Convention number 81. And unless we address issues like this is going to cause future problems internally and unnecessarily create debates internationally within ILO, as we have seen in the last year and a half. Now, given the fact that I have limited time, I have flagged these 5 issues as structural issues which I think that any law or any regulatory framework must address. And what I'd like to now do, the remaining points of the time that I have remaining, is to address these issues and to suggest how we could regulate these in the COVID and post-COVID world. 1, the constitutional mandate of the right to life that we have under our constitution, which includes the right to livelihood, which includes the right to social security, must be read together with the directive principles of state policy. And it is this that must become the foundation of certain positions from which the Indian government cannot abdicate, cannot derogate from, and cannot resile from. And these must be used to create avenues for livelihood, social security, and public assistance. Likewise, and related to this, I would argue that the power given to the executive and the legislature in our constitutional scheme to freely determine policy which impact on workers, whether they are waged workers or those surviving through self-employment, indicates, given our constitutional scheme, that the duty also is cast upon the executive and the legislature to likewise provide for livelihood and to provide for social security. The ability of those who seek to find ways to obtain their own livelihood gets impacted in many ways by the economic and fiscal policy that reduce their ability to claim resources or to impoverish them or to make them more unequal. I would argue, therefore, that it's very clear that given the constitutional power that the executive has to determine how money should be spent, what kind of policies, they cannot resile from the duty that is cast upon them to provide meaningful employment or to provide social security. And this is the first-rate task which must be placed upon the government, not just MNREGA, but a firm footing for social security. And this duty needs to get encoded in our labor codes, not just by listing certain benefits or these various schemes of social security like old age, etc., but become part and parcel of the social security code and also the code on labor relations and the code on wages. Second, there is a duty upon the state not to discriminate directly or indirectly. This has great salience, particularly when dealing with internal migrants. A few years ago, the Supreme Court was hearing a matter regarding trade unions of makeup artists in Maharashtra, which had denied the right of a woman makeup artist, her name was Charu Khurana, to take up membership because she was not a resident of Maharashtra. So a residence requirement was read in as part of the trade union law. And this was struck down by the courts. But if you go further and look more closely, you will find that residence requirement is becoming increasingly, with the discourse on nationalism and sons of the soil, the ability to access health facilities, the ability to access welfare benefits, oftentimes get linked to your rights as a resident in that particular state. And the argument being that these are state resources that are deployed, and why should these be made available to somebody who is an internal migrant? According to me, that this is completely unconstitutional because there is a freedom and a constitutional right to migrate. There is therefore both the direct discrimination and the indirect discrimination of the form that I just alluded to. And that indirect discrimination takes many forms. Lack of language. Legal aid that is provided is in the home language of the home state, and often the migrant has no access to information when there is police harassment or where there is have to apply to the courts for their rights or to the state for the rights. There is therefore any talk of registration of migrants, which is currently being talked about, or the talk of a migration commission that is now being talked about in the last few days, must keep in mind that there is a constitutional right to migrate and there is a constitutional duty not to discriminate directly or indirectly. And linked to that is also the effect that a freedom to migrate has upon women. We are simultaneously, and many scholars have written about this, there's a whole special issue in EPW recently dealing with it, on the trafficking. There's a very thin line between freedom to migrate and to being labeled as being trafficked. And given the vulnerability of women, I was listening closely when the previous speakers talked about the unequal and disparate impact of COVID-19 on women workers. Any requirement for registration, either seeking the sending state's permission or seeking the permission of a receiving state, is unconstitutional. And it particularly when it comes to single women whom we know are migrating, it's so easy to be labeled as a trafficked victim or as somebody who is engaging in forced labor, and therefore this has to be kept in mind. Third, dealing more specifically with the codes. The thrust towards formalization of the informal needs to be the key focus of these codes. Creating the distinctions between blue and white collared workers, depending on the size of enterprise, needs to be addressed. How can we have pre-existing laws and their ideas which are now brought into place in these newer codes? I don't think that this is truly a codification if we don't harmonize and synthesize these various terms that we have. Specifically, and this is something that comes up if you look at the debates of the Parliamentary Standing Committee, for example, on the occupational safety and health, or even the earlier Code on Wages, which has now become law, you will find many voices both in Parliament and outside requiring that all the existing benefits of previous laws. I take, for example, Interstate Migrant Workmen's Act. I take, for example, the Contract Labor Act. Those are two laws that had very detailed detailing about the kinds of safety that should be there, or the Building and Construction Workers Act, for example, which were there. But at the level of the codes, we need to separate a broad floor that we would have and then seek to add on to this. These codes also do not capture the specificity of those working in the platform and gig economy, whom you may not be able to describe as workers, because there is no employer-employee relationship. Yet, because of their vulnerability and because they are so worker-like in their positions, both in terms of their subordination to the platform, to the aggregator, if we were to take the case of Uber, Ola kind of thing, or because of their vulnerability financially. So both in terms of legal subordination, both in terms of economic dependence, they share so many features with workers that there must be a place in these codes to deal with these types of workers, and which is sadly completely missing in the codes as we are discussing them. Next, for those who are unable to obtain waged employment or self-employment, which at least fulfills certain minimum subsistence livelihood norms, or who are unable to earn a minimum threshold for decent work, there is the need to recognize their right to avail social security. I had already talked, notwithstanding what the Arjun Sen-Gupta Commission said, and I know that we have Professor Kannan, who is going to be the next speaker, who is very much a part of that. We know that the Act fell far short of that. So they need to have an unemployment allowance, which is completely missing in the Unorganized Workers Social Security Act, and their access to public health, drinking water, clean living conditions would require an imagination of social security that is based not only on the social solidarity of workers in an industry, but needs to go beyond models, earlier models that were employer liability centric. Now, what do I mean by that? I'd like to just spend a minute or two before I close. We have social security schemes in India which are industry specific rather than, and based on turnover rather than, which are dependent on the number of workers in a particular industry. Take, for example, the BD workers cess, which has now, of course, gone away with the GST. But I could take some more recent examples. Kerala has a social security scheme, believe it or not, for advocates, which is dependent on every litigant in the court paying a small contribution. So the place of the employer has been replaced by the consumer. And the constitutionality of this has been upheld as recently as 3 years ago by the Supreme Court. Likewise, you have jewelry and an older example of fish workers where the employer has been replaced by a dealer or by an industry. These are all examples which can be used and should be used to address the case of platform and gig workers, which I was mentioning a little earlier. And therefore, this kind of broadening is particularly important in the emerging gig economy where clear-cut employer-employee relations are not visible. And I would suggest that such a reimagination of social security is absolutely imperative immediately when we are talking of the crisis. And lastly, linked to this, and I link it back to the earlier position that I had flagged, that labor regulation is not just about labor laws. It's linked to far many other regulatory frameworks. Labor side is still not explicitly made. If you look at the model investment, international investment laws that India has, or you look at bilateral investment treaties that we have very weak voice given to labor matters. Secondly, any kind of state assistance. We have recently, in the 5 announcements that the finance minister made recently about reviving the MSME, reviving the unorganized economy, so on and so forth, there is no mention that these revival package will become contingent on a minimum threshold of labor rights being granted by these industries to their workers. In the absence of this, I think that we would have just completely giving away of money without addressing the workers' rights. And lastly, agriculture. If you were to look at the Model Contract Farming Act, is up on the, I'm just concluding. Yeah. So these things would, according to me, be absolutely essential in the legal frameworks that we need to develop for labor. And therefore, we need to look at the international investment law, the model contract farming law, and specifically make all the relief package contingent on fulfillment of labor laws and their enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Shankaran. So now move on to KP Kannan. He's going to speak on social security, revisit of NCUS measures, recommendations.
Thank you, Mahendra. Very happy to see a lot of professional colleagues and friends. So hello to everyone. Also want to congratulate IHD and ILO for organizing this very, I think, timely and important webinar and bring together such a collection of people. I am at an advantageous position now, being the last speaker of this session, and Kamala, who spoke before me, has already laid out some of the issues that I wanted to raise. But I am raising it in a very slightly different way, going back in time as to the recommendations of the NCUS. And there is, if at all, any relevance to those recommendations in this time of extremely gruesome crisis for a large majority of our people, especially those who happen to be living and making a living out of work in the informal sector. So social security in usual normal times is somewhat restricted in our definition. It's about the absence or presence of some fallback mechanisms when in distress of one kind or another, for example, unemployment, sickness or accident, death, old age, etc. But the meaning of social security right now, in the time of a complete lockdown, and now a partial lockdown, has changed the horizon into a state of generalized insecurity, if I may say so. Lockdown implied instant loss of jobs, work, and therefore wages and income from wages, if you are self-employed, from earnings. This income loss, we should keep in mind, is a permanent income loss. You didn't have work, you lost your income, and it's not going to come back. Unlike in some other specific other cases of employers or service providers, some income might come back to them. It's not going to be recovered for the 410 odd million informal workers and 370 of them in the informal sector as such. Many also did not get their wages even for the month of March, because the lockdown came during the last week of March, and they were about to get their wages at the end of the month for monthly payments of salaries and wages for informal workers. But this sudden insecurity of job and income has now transformed into an insecurity of life itself. And this is the prospect of contamination by COVID. And for the migrant labor, another existential crisis of having to leave their place of work, which is also their place of residence, and back to their villages. So in a way, we are not just dealing with a narrowly defined economic crisis. I think we are dealing with a larger existential crisis of enormous proportions and more than one dimension. The fear of life being lost and the fear of not having work to sustain if you are living. It need not have been like this had there been some fallback mechanism for these working men and women constituting 90% of our workforce. This is where I feel a revisit of the recommendations of the NCEUS, National Commission for Enterprises in the Unorganized Sector, in order, if only to underline the fact that there was a blueprint of a larger notion of social security for India's, what we may now say, insecure workers. First and foremost is the idea of identification and the availability of a list or a register of informal workers. This is what the Supreme Court asked the government in the case of the migrant workers. Do you have a number? And they did not have a proper number to provide because there's one number from one source, there's another number from another source. The NCEUS recommendation provided for registration of all informal workers with the help of workers' facilitation centers at the local level of village panchayats or municipalities if you happen to be in the urban areas. Designated workers' welfare centers could be the trade unions working among the unorganized sector workers or NGOs. In the absence of both, the local self-government could itself act as the workers' facilitation centers insofar as registration of workers are concerned. These registered workers were to come under the state level, where there will be a social security and welfare board or boards for the different states, charged with implementing a national social security scheme, which was also designed. There would also be a national social security and welfare board for overall supervision, distribution of a national fund that was also separately proposed, and that fund to be distributed to the state boards, policy advice and monitoring welfare, as well as promotional schemes for the informal workers and their families. The social security package designed consisted of 3 pillars, if I may say so. The first, a statutory national minimum wage. Statutory national minimum wage. What we now have is a recommended minimum wage, at a national minimum wage, which is paid for NREG workers, based on basic needs. And that would, if you go by the recent Satpathy Committee's calculation on a scientific basis, would now work out around 410 rupees a day. The actual minimum wage the government of India has declared and being paid for the NREG workers is exactly less than half of that, 200 rupees. So that is the one of the first pillars of a national package. This national minimum wage would act as a floor level wage because there will be minimum wages according to sector and in different states. So they would go by the procedure of fixing minimum wages, but no minimum wage would be fixed below the national minimum wage. And that was the message. The second pillar was a social security package for meeting sickness, accident or death insurance, and an old age pension in the case of workers belonging to poorer families, that is as a national pension, or a provident fund for other workers who could make a contribution to such a separate provident fund that was also proposed. The third was the enactment of a law governing minimum conditions of work that took into account all the constitutional principles that Kamala just now mentioned and reminded us of. It's not just by the letter of the Constitution, but the spirit of the Constitution, respecting the right to life with dignity. So in a sense also, this minimum conditions of work legislation was addressed to the workers, informal workers. It was in the larger spirit of the constitutional or following the constitutional mandate. An unemployment insurance, interestingly, was also recommended with a separate fund to meet situations of joblessness up to 1 year. And there are interesting details of that, and I don't have time to go through it right now. A national fund was recommended to ensure the availability of budgetary support and not to be left to the discretion of a finance minister on an year-wise basis, so that you calculate what would be the requirement and that money would be transferred to the National Social Security Board, which would then distribute it to the state level boards. Similarly, there would be a state level fund that would enable each state government to contribute to the fund to add on to the benefits under the national scheme. So the interesting part of this package is the national scheme is a minimum package to which each state could add depending on its condition and context. While these elements constituted the larger social security part, there was another part that addressed the question of promotion of livelihoods. In fact, the first major report, or technically the second report, was titled as Conditions of Work and Promotion of Livelihoods in the Unorganized Sector. This is the social promotion part. The first is a social security part. This is a social promotion part. It sought the monitoring of poverty alleviation schemes of housing, food, education, and health, and also specific schemes for promotion. One such specific scheme is the establishment of a national fund for the unorganized sector. This is a separate fund called NAFES to meet the credit requirements of non-agricultural, micro, and small enterprises on par with the existing NABARD and the SIDBI, Small Industries Development Bank of India, to help those enterprises, especially the very small ones, who do not get any assistance from any of these two. And that was one of the major elements of this social promotion part. Skill upgrading and development was another major recommendation with elaborate details on its organization and funding. I don't have the time to go into the details of it. For both these parts, 2 bills were drafted and submitted to ensure that the proposals are to be legal rights and the schemes envisaged to be treated as entitlements to the workers, qua workers, and not as poor people. The 2 major reports, Conditions of Work and Promotion of Livelihoods in the Unorganized Sector, and the final report, The Challenge of Employment and Informal Economy Perspective, they give a detailed account of all these recommendations and their implementation. I must also add here, because I gave only one example of the promotion, that is the NAFES, to be created, but we also took the idea of the NREG. Although NREG is a welcome legislation, right-based, Kamala said, highly inadequate. I call it half-hearted, half initiative, because the right is not a full right. It is limited by 100 days per family. So the right is not to the individual. The right is to a family in rural areas. So on an individual basis, you get less than 60 days of work in a family. So we wanted an expansion of this NREG as a promotional scheme or as a right, and that to be universalized, as Jerry now reported to us on the basis of the ISLE members survey. The universalization of this employment scheme to both rural and urban areas, and go by the self-selection, which is the current criteria as well. But these were quietly ignored despite procedural scrutinies by the government, then government, the UPA, and a health-related social insurance system in the form of RSBY, Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, which Kamala referred to in the Unorganized Workers Social Security Act. That was the health part. That was taken out and gave prominence in this, again, half-hearted, half-initiative act, with the existing national social pension thrown into it, and aggregation of a few discretionary existing welfare schemes as part of this act. Some of the hardcore neoliberal leaders in the UPA who contributed to the quiet burial of the NCUS recommendations are now going gaga, advocating safety nets, cash transfers, and a big stimulus package for the migrant labor and the informal labor. To me, these calls sound so hollow, given their past records of not recognizing work and the dignity of the vast mass of labor in India. I'll give you an example. In the Unorganized Workers Social Security Act, in the first version of it, I think it is still there, that act was to be implemented to several sections, and the first section is for people below the poverty line. So the recognition is not that of the worker, and he makes a contribution to the national economy through his work effort and output. But he or she happens to be poor, so it's a more welfare-oriented legislation than a work-centered, work identity-based legislation that is for the commission was in the nature of a quid pro quo, because they don't have identifiable employers in many, for a large majority of them, but they do make a contribution to the national output, as we now know when in these times of lockdown. Perhaps this is a time for a revisit and re-examination of the larger architecture of social protection and social promotion recommended by the NCEUS. It anchored all its recommendations in a larger macroeconomic objective of privileging decent employment as the overarching objective of economic development, with growth as an enabler. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Kannan. So we have got many questions, but we don't have much time. So I will ask each panelist one question, and maybe you can take 2 minutes or so to respond to that. Sudipto, I mean, somebody asked about the fiscal deficit, and is there any scope for the government to have more fiscal stimulus because fiscal deficit is high, and also there is a talk about RBI printing money to give more stimulus and all. So on those issues, can you give 2-3 minutes?
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you, Mahendra, for giving me a chance to come back. Very quickly, as I mentioned in my presentation, the stimulus so far provided, if you add up everything, including what was there already in the budget, it works out to more than 11% of GDP, which is a very large stimulus. Because they were hyping this 20 trillion, in which there was only 1.3 percent of GDP. In fact, estimates vary from 0.5 to 1.5% as stimulus. So everybody focused on that. whereas in fact a lot had been done already before, which the government itself, for some strange reason, didn't sort of raise, which it would have been much better and much more objective. Now, in addition to that, I also said that the stimulus of 4% in terms of pushing up high-powered money on monetary policy side, and 4% in terms of additional credit flows, which is part of this 20 trillion with government credit guarantee. So quite a lot actually has been done on the side of pump priming demand. And this is very desirable, but it depends whether this will lead to higher output or higher inflation, depends on the supply side response, which I discussed at some length, all the constraints. Others have also talked about how difficult it is when many firms have already died, workers have gone away, supply chains have been completely messed up. So depending on that response, I think we will get, I think we'll still get some negative GDP output for this year, negative growth of output, and highish inflation, 7, 8 to 9% or thereabouts. So I think more fiscal stimulus is not desirable, but a recomposition of what is already being provided, the additional expenditure, and providing more money in the hands of people. I mean, there are many people who've written about this, but the government just doesn't seem to get it, and I wish now, given up on the central government, I wish the state governments, they've been given 2% extra borrowing headroom, that they will go ahead. Some very progressive states can take the lead in this, and then others will follow. But then these conditions being laid down by the central government for additional borrowing, which I think is absurd, I hope that those will be withdrawn. It's never been done for a state government borrowing in the market to have these conditionalities. Either they say, yes, you borrow, or don't borrow, RBI and central. But this conditional borrowing, I've never heard of this ever before. So let me stop there.
Yeah, thank you. Ajit Ghosh, some people ask the assumptions are not very clear. How did you get those numbers? Loss of employment. Can you take 2 minutes to elaborate how we did? You have to unmute.
Yes, okay. The assumptions, follow from two kinds of judgments, as I mentioned, I think. One is that there are types of employment. There are types of employment which are much more vulnerable than, and these are basically casual wage employment, some self-employment, and regular employment of a type which are sort of informal, meaning without any kind of, so there's no security in those. The other aspect of it is the kind of sectors that there are certain sectors which suffered much more the shutdown than certain other sectors. And the sectors, that's what I had done with the this non-agriculture 1 and non-agriculture 2. Non-agriculture 1 consists of manufacturing, construction, mining, utilities, trade, hotels, restaurants, transport, other services. Whereas now these are the ones that suffered most from the shutdown. On the other hand, there are others like communication, financial, business, real estate, and education, health, public administration, and defense. These did not suffer, or job losses are not much, because many of the jobs here are also more secure, and so on. So therefore, obviously there is certain amount of by those judgments, I had sort of estimated what kind of job losses were there for the different categories of workers. Now, as I said, that's the way I made an estimate, which I regard as conservative, actually, and that came to 48% of the employed. But the other estimate that I presented also, that came from the the survey, small-scale survey that was conducted by the Center for Sustainable Employment in Azim Premji University. And I took those figures, and that's given by rural and urban, and then different categories of labor like regular, casual, and self. And so I took those figures and used the estimates that I have for 2018, which is based on the National Sample Survey data. And that gives a much higher figure, which is 63%. So the assumptions are really, of this kind, basically flowing from judgments of jobs, the structure that was at the beginning of the, say in March 2020, and the sector distribution, the type distribution of jobs. And from that, we come to certain assumptions as to where the jobs and what the quantitative significance of the jobs lost would be. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mahesh, somebody asked, these migrant workers have gone to rural areas. So what will be the unemployment or the wages and those kind of issues in rural areas?
Well, my answers are almost always from the survey that we conduct. And the survey that we conduct doesn't tell us much about migrant laborers separately. So I must also point out over here that since this is a panel sample, since we are looking at households over time and keeping that sample more or less constant over time, and it is constant more or less since 2014, there is an inbuilt bias actually against migrant laborers. So the sample does not fully represent migrant laborers. Many of these migrant laborers actually live in conditions where we cannot go and survey them because we're doing a panel survey. So if they're living in construction sites, for example, and they are there for a few months and then they are not there, then they don't become a part of our sample. So I'll say the numbers that I presented underrepresent migrant labor, and the situation could be much worse if we include them. What will happen to rural India because of migrant, etc.? I think this problem is serious. And I must say that we are seized of the problem that the survey that we conduct, although it's very good in giving fast frequency data, is not good enough in telling us about migrant laborers. And we would like to incorporate some additional questions, and we are doing it right away to get a better handle on migrant labor. But right now, I don't have an answer to that.
There is also a question on women. Women lost more jobs than men. Because that was true also even before COVID. So COVID, what is the impact on women? Why it's more? Yeah.
So it looks like women and younger age people lower than 30 years of age. These two kinds of people, young and women, are the ones that take the biggest shock that the economy faces. So we will see this in the case of demonetization. We did notice that it is women and young people who suffered the most. This happened again in GST. The combination of GST and demonetization again showed that women suffer a bigger amount, and this happened again now. Labor participation rate, according to our data, in women is extremely low, much lower than what the PLFS shows us. PLFS is also showing a fall, although the latest one is not showing as much of as a fall in labor force participation rate of women. But we think that the labor force participation of women is much, much lower than what the PLFS shows, and they are the ones who suffer the biggest hit. We saw one thing to explain this partly is that the number of households that had two people working reduced whenever a shock happened. And that reduction is mostly the women. is, I mean, the share of women in that is very high. So a household having 2 people working reduces to 1 person working, and that 1 person is mostly a male. So that's the only thing that I can say regarding women.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Shankaran, there is a question that, the labor rights are being violated. I think Indra Hirve, somebody asked. So what should be done? I mean, you yourself said that, MG Narega or many things, rights are there, but they are being violated. And courts are keeping quiet. Yeah, can you unmute?
Yes. I think at various levels, I mean, of course, rights are being violated. And one, the extent of our laws does not cover many people who work. We know that. Number two, if you look at the litigation rate and the use of the remedies provided under law to access the right. So, the rights are often in the law in the form of a declaration that you have these rights. But the next step, whether you are actually able to enjoy those rights, requires either an organization on behalf of the work persons, a trade union, etc., going to the court, or number two, that the remedial provisions are missing, as I explained when I was making my discussion. Many of the newer laws don't pay an emphasis on that. In fact, the self-certification, Inspector Raj, all these buzzwords has seen to it that somehow magically these rights would translate into action and people would enjoy these rights. So there is so many slips possible at the level of enforcement, at the level of activating the remedial measures, and lastly, whether the remedial measures in the law are effective or not. So there are many, many reasons why these labor rights get violated. So yeah. I think I'll stop here.
Kannan, regarding the NCUAS, I mean, the government, even UPA or NDA, they have not accepted the social security thing and all. So what should be done? Somebody asked this question now, including the migrant rights, and you also mentioned the registration of migrants and other things. Yeah, you have to unmute. Unmute, yeah.
Okay. Now, can you hear now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's a very tough question. What has happened, it seems to me, is, given the fact that even the basic labor laws are being suspended by many state governments, you are being thrown back to the 19th century free-for-all capitalism, it looks like. Because the regime, I think, thinks that they can get away politically, and it seems so, from honoring any of the obligations, legal or in the larger constitutional setup. So to speak about social security, including the larger question of labor rights, basic labor rights, is a tough question. Earlier, it's a fact that many of the informal workers don't belong to an organization. But there are several segments in the informal sector who are reasonably well organized. Street vendors have a network. The rickshaw pullers, home-based workers, the headload workers, agricultural labor unions in many states. But there is a problem of aggregation of their interests in a properly structured, articulate manner, and to fight for their rights, basic rights which cuts across segments of labor. Well, the major conventional trade unions now claim that a major part of their membership comes from the unorganized sector labor. That's what the main national trade unions are saying. because that's where additional jobs are. Formal sector employment as a share is just 10%, formal employment in the formal sector. So probably the conventional trade unions have to really become the champions of all labor, not just their own members who belong to, in a way, somewhat, fortunate to have some protection or the other. Because if they don't take that into account as a primary responsibility, then the impact would be on the remaining labor as we now see, because the process of informalization of the formal sector workforce. So it has to be an across the board collective mobilization in terms of articulate demands that are common to all sections of the labor. How that will emerge, who will give the leadership, they are all very big questions and I don't have an immediate answer. But I think short of mobilization and public action, it seems very little will be gained in this country.
Thank you, Kannan. I will just take 3-4 minutes to, it's difficult to sum up everything, but on the economy, there's Sudipto has given already the scenarios. It's -2 to -5%, he thinks. The others, of course, as I mentioned, they go to -5 to even -14. So there is going to be a big impact on the negative growth on the economy. Whether we have scope for fiscal deficit, I will discuss with Sudipto separately, because the borrowing they are doing, central government and state government, may be for loss of revenue. That may not become a stimulus kind of thing, because tax revenue declines and other things also, even for state government and central government. So whether we call it stimulus or not, one has to see. So according to me, only the 1% or 1.5 is the more stimulus kind of thing. On employment, the numbers are very massive loss of jobs. CMIE 120 million, and Ajit says 200 to 300 million. So it will take not years, but at least more time. As Kannan mentioned, the permanent loss to this their incomes and all. And also, as mentioned by Mahesh, women are less educated and they lost more. That also will take some time. And as Professor Shankaran mentioned, that this pandemic has brought the public discourse on the world of work, which is an important one, including the migrants and other issues, and also the rights of workers. I hope migrants will get at least some rights for this. On labor laws, if you ask the industrialist, for example, already some people say that labor flexibility is there. So why they are bothered already? Labor laws and all. And also, for example, UP, just because they have this labor law reforms, the investment will not come, because as you know, investment depends on many other factors. The labor law may be a minor kind of thing. So they, rule of law, governance, and of the state, infrastructure, those kinds are important than the labor law kind of thing. On the lastly, on the social security, I think this is an important subject. Many people have also talked about the rights of workers, right to employment, right to health, and right to food. We were talking about earlier, but that discourse is not there now. Only we have a programmatic approach. Some programs we have, but there is no comprehensive kind of social security, promotional and protective kind of thing. So, so this pandemic has, they created the impact on economy and employment, and hopefully there are some green shoots, as Mahesh said. In June, there is some decline in unemployment, and also some other countries, also US and all, some recovery one can see with the unlocking. As somebody said, even Deepak Nayyar also mentioned that unlocking is very important. I mean, that itself acts as a stimulus for the economy and employment. With this, I thank all the panelists for an excellent panel, and thank the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mahendra Dev, and thank you to all the panelists, Professor Sudipta Mandal, Professor Ajit Ghosh, Mr. Mahesh Vyas, Professor Kamla Sankran, and Professor Kannan. Thank you very much for such an engaging and very discussion and on a very pertinent issue. Thank you all. And yes, we will immediately now flow into the next session, which is impact and strategies on sectors and groups. I would just request all the participants of the next session, especially the resource persons, if Dr. Numan Majid could just say a hello to us, the moderator for the next session.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Dr. Majid. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yes. I would now request Professor Sudha Narayanan.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, ma'am. Yes, we can hear you very well. Good evening. Welcome to this virtual conference. And Professor Nagaraj, please.
Hello, yes.
Good evening, Professor Nagaraj. Nice to welcome to this conference. Yes, you just look straight into your camera, not to worry. And we have your presentation. We will present for you, not a problem. Professor Ashwini Deshpande, please. Professor Ashwini Deshpande, you are joined in. I have seen you.
I'm here.
Yes, hello, ma'am. Nice to see
Hello.
you. Yes, welcome to the virtual conference. Yes, just wanted to do a quick voice check. Ravi sir, Professor Ravi Srivastav. Sir is also there, I know. He's connected.
Yeah.
Can we see your video as well, sir? We can't see you yet.
Was that happening for everyone or only for me?
It was happy for everyone, I'm sure. Sir, we can't see you yet. We can't see you yet. We can't see you yet. Your video, please.
I can see him.
You can? Okay, wonderful. Wonderful. And then, of course, Professor Jimo Lunni.
I'm asking that in the last session, Priyanka, I was asking in the last session, everybody's voice seemed to be breaking up at times. Was it only I that I was getting this, or was it like that?
I was checking on YouTube. We had a fairly good transmission, except for Mr. Mahesh Vyas when we heard him a little, through my phone. But otherwise, I think it was pretty clear and it came out well. I can't see Professor Jimo Lunni is in. That's wonderful. So, Dr. Majid, all the participants of panel 2 are here. And Professor Narayanan, you'll be making the presentation on your own, right? Yes, and Professor Nagaraj, we'll do it for you. And Professor Deshpande will do it on his own. Ravi sir,
I'll do it on my own, yeah.
That's perfect. And Ravi sir, you'll be doing the presentation on your own, right? We have your slides ready, however. And Jimol ma'am. Okay, so it's over to Dr. Numan Majid. So welcome to the second panel, which is on impact and strategy, sectors and groups. The session is being moderated by Dr. Numan Majid. He is Senior Employment Specialist, ILO Decent Work Team for South Asia. The panelists in this session, who have just said a hello to all of us, is Professor Sudha Narayanan. She's Associate Professor, IGIDR Mumbai. We have Professor Nagaraj. He's also a professor with IGIDR Mumbai. Then we have Professor Ashwini Deshpande. Ma'am, if you could say hello again to all the attendees. Yes, so that you come on the screen.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, she's Professor of Economics at Ashoka University. We have Professor Ravi Srivastav. He's Director of Center for Employment Studies, Institute for Human Development, and former Professor of Economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, and Professor Jimo Lunni. He's Professor Economics and Public Policy, Amrit Modi School of Management, Ahmedabad University. I request Dr. Numan Majid to now take over the reins of this session. And sir, it's all yours now. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Okay, friends, welcome to the ISLE-ILO conference. This is the second session. And I'm not going to take too much time, but I'll take, I mean, my point of departure is really going to be from the last session, which was very interesting, and we all, I think, gained something from it. Hi, Ravi. Of course, this session is going a little more granular, and we've heard about employment and growth in the previous session. Now we are getting into a more sectoral and group-specific focus, and I think this is a very, very important exercise. First, well, given that the information situation, as we have seen, is not very good, as you go more granular, and it is a delicate exercise as well. So I will just say that, you know, if we look at, and of course we want to do it in an evidence-based kind of manner. So if we look at, I mean, we can split up this whole process into kind of 3 time periods in a sense, right? And if we look at the 2012 to 18 period, which corresponds to both output and employment data that is available. In fact, it should be 2019, but I don't think any one of us has looked at the 2019 numbers very carefully, because they only came out a few days ago, which is the PLFS, the new one. A fuller and larger picture can be made because both these output and employment numbers, etc., are there at a sectoral level, at a group level, and so on, right? The only problem is that, of course, you know, there are issues with respect to the calculation of output, right? And you know, Sudipta Mondal mentioned some of those, right? And there is some kind of a controversy because 2016 is in that period, right? And after the second, of course, period is on which we really have only one side of the data and not the other, which is not very, or which is sort of incomplete, which is from 2018 and pre-COVID, which is 2020, before the COVID, right? And here, of course, we have output data, right? Controversies notwithstanding, right? And we don't really have systematic employment data, right? So some amount of guesswork, right? Or I mean, someone said intelligent guessing. I think Ajit said that. Some kind of guesswork is really needed, right? When we look at the second period, right? And of course, over here, there can be the main thing which came out in the previous session was that there are huge differences of opinion as far as how fast the economy was going, or rather, how quickly it was slowing down. And it makes a huge difference if the economy was going at 5%, or was it already at 3%, because the moment of the crash with COVID-19, right, will actually be influenced by the speed at which the economy was coming down. So you have that that second section period, and then the third is, of course, of the lockdown period itself. And we have heard that, you know, growth came crashing down, and you know, the range of employment being affected goes, you know, from 120 million of Mahesh's number to you know, 300 million of by Amit Azim Premji University number, and so on, right? So that range is very wide. There is a huge number, whatever it is, and the growth has actually come down crashing. Now, having said that, right, I would just want to say that we are now going to hear I think in some ways there's going to be some kind of a reconstruction based on these three periodizations in some way or the other, I'm sure, which is we are going to hear about agriculture, about industry, about gender and caste, labor migration, on which Ravi has done a lot of work, and there was a launching of his book as well just now, his report, and of course we have the informal economy. So this is a large canvas indeed, and I will not hold anyone down further, and request Sudha Narayanan to start and give us her presentation on agriculture.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in this panel. And I have to disappoint Dr. Majid in saying that I'm not going to try to do any reconstruction. In fact, I'm going to try and tackle this issue directly on what happened after the COVID-related lockdown, and how can we understand the ramifications it had for farmers in general, but also the entire agri-food supply chain. And I'm going to use a combination of available secondary data, as well as a few telephone surveys that people have done, and a survey that we have ourselves done. And my core message is going to be that we've seen even in the earlier presentations that in a way, I think we are all quite optimistic, and we keep thinking that agriculture is going to lead us out of this economic seizure. And I'm going to sort of suggest that things are not the agriculture sector is not doing as well as we would imagine that it is. And unfortunately, the government has been focusing more on reform, and some of it is quite long-term and associated with a lot of uncertainty rather than relief. So that's the point I'm trying to make. And over the next 10 to 15 minutes, I hope to persuade you that we need to think more carefully about the need for urgent relief for farmers and those related to agriculture. So let me start by saying the dominant narrative in the last 2 months has been that agriculture offers a ray of hope, a beacon of hope, and the Q4 results actually suggest that the growth rate was 3.1%. I mean, sorry, it's not projected, but it's estimated. And this is news because the rest of the economy is basically falling apart. And among the kind of positive stories we've seen is that horticulture has seen a record production of 320 million tons. Food grain production has been very good, 295 million tons. And these are all suggested as ways, as signs that agriculture has not suffered a great deal. And the area sown, that is for the next season, has actually increased quite a bit. And this again is seen as an indicator that agriculture is basically going to lead us out of this seizure that we've faced. And it is true that many have also said that, observed that Indian agriculture has been resilient. And I think there's a lot of truth in this. One of it is we were lucky with the timing of the lockdown because many had actually finished their harvest. It came at Rabi season, which where anyway rain-fed agriculture is not very important. So many farmers did not sow any crops at all. And so in a perverse way, they were not exposed to the risks that were associated with the lockdown, but also because of institutional diversity, because India, unlike the US, which has large factory farms and had associated problems in the supply chain, India is still predominantly a smallholder agriculture. The agro-based industry that we talk about also has a mix of very large-scale firms and small informal enterprises. And in fact, ITC, which is a large agro-processor, actually suggested that they had been operating full capacity and without problems, whereas many small, medium enterprises actually were struggling to stay afloat. Food retail too is dominated by informal sector. Only 8% of food retail is supposed to be serviced by the modern organized sector. And grocery online, which I think those of us in urban centers used as a lifeline to survive, it's actually 2%, and industry estimates actually say it's only 0.1%. But the idea is that because of the institutional diversity, in some ways people were able to find their own ways of overcoming many of the bottlenecks. And I have to mention that the FPOs, farmer producer organizations and agri-tech firms, actually broke new ground and did things they had never done before. And in that sense, they also kept the supply chain intact, helping farmers in turn. That said, I think the lockdown, there's no doubt that there was an unraveling of the farm sector overall. And I think there are two ways to understand it. One is to say from farm to the end consumer, what were the bottlenecks that came up? And going the other way, what did the collapse in consumer demand, especially of restaurants and catering services, what feedback did it have upstream on the farmers? And one simple way to understand it is that the supply chain bottlenecks translated into higher consumer prices, and the collapse in demand and the uncertainties in the supply chain translated into lower farm prices. So if you look at the produce moving from farm to the consumer, you had problems at every link. So many farmers had problems accessing their own farms. Availability of labor and machinery was a problem. Many have documented that mandi closures were quite, even though intermittent, on a large scale, mandis were closed, and they also became hotspots for the virus. And so they used to shut and open depending on the situation. Village traders had stopped coming. They were reluctant to procure, and they were only offering very low prices. Transport challenges were very severe, and truckers and loaders could not only face difficulties crossing state borders and entering big cities, but they were also afraid for themselves. And highways had basically cleared out of food stocks, so they couldn't actually survive. And costs had doubled. So this labor supply shortage was a problem right through, because many migrant workers had gone home. Warehouses, cold storages, agro-processors were all operating way below capacity. And the bottlenecks were there right through the retail end. I won't touch upon that. But essentially, even at the retail end in cities, you had a lot of trouble. And the demand collapse, as I said, going the other way, hotels, restaurants, and caterers, which is HoReCa, the demand collapsed. Migrant workers were not able to afford food, and that had collapsed as well. And this actually had repercussions upstream. And plantation crops and animal sector were particularly badly hit. And just to get a sense of what happened to the export markets, because India is of course not isolated, the global international trade and the chief exports of India were actually affected quite severely. And you see that tea, which is a major export, fell by minus 65.84. And you can just see this graph for yourself, that that's quite a significant loss. So demand from international trade had collapsed. Demand domestically had also shrunk. So what impact did it have? As I said, the supply chain bottlenecks translated into higher consumer prices. So the retail and wholesale prices actually went up. The red line marks the lockdown, and we trace it up until end of May. And you see they have gone up considerably. And you see the wholesale prices cooling off towards the end, but the retail prices are cooling off slower, which essentially suggests that consumers are not have not really seen the worst of it, or rather they're not entirely past the food inflation zone. And to the extent that migrant workers and many smallholders are net consumers of food, if this is also happening in the rural areas, this data is only for urban centers, we have reason to worry about food security. On the farmer's end, so going back the other way, you see this dramatic collapse in prices. So these are the prices that farmers likely get trading in wholesale markets, which are regulated. So this is mandi-based data, and this represents 5-day moving averages. And post lockdown, you see this dramatic decline, and it varies across commodities. Of course, this is driven largely by perishables, which is the largest in terms of weight in Indian agriculture today, 320 million tons. Very little was coming into the market, but what was coming into the market was worth very little. So in some sense, the price crash to about 1/3 of what it was actually suggests a very different story, because even though production was good, if your prices have collapsed the way it has, then the incomes to farmers have likely gone down substantially. Now, this is all from the secondary data, and we have evidence from several phone surveys and field accounts. IGIDEA, we did our own survey, but we are not the only ones. And I think the story actually squares up quite nicely in the sense that there is consistency. So it's not nicely in the sense of good news, but in the sense of consistency, we are finding that Azim Premji's survey, which others have talked about, said that an overwhelming majority was unable to harvest, could not sell, and 85% of those who sold it at reduced prices. And the People's Archives of Rural India reported many farmers were unable to sell the stocks and were holding on to stocks. And a lot of village accounts from different geographies in India suggest that itinerant traders coming into the village had stopped, and a range of associated problems, both with harvest, with sale, and with preparations for the next season. And a recent baseline of 1,000 farmers, mostly larger farmers, said 10% could not harvest, and of the 63% who did, 22% could not sell. Our own survey was of 370 farmers. It was a dipstick survey, and a lot of qualitative information we gathered. And this was in 9 states and in April. And we have reason to believe that things have gone worse since then, based on our conversations. And we had mentioned that in the official data, it suggests that prices are now 1/3, and the prices we collected via our survey suggest similar patterns for specific commodities. But more importantly, farm households are not always purely farm households. And we know from the NSS data that 32% of an agricultural household's income comes from wages. And so they have experienced loss of work as well, and food insecurity seems quite high. So I'm going to skip over the slide just to give you a range of the problems that came up in our survey. I've already talked about all of those, and these come up as quite important. And there is quite a bit of complaints about harassment. That's about 7% of those of the entire survey, and it's about 12 to 15% of those who actually reported any sale. What were their coping strategies? Essentially, if you couldn't sell, 30% had stored it at home, 13% sold it at throwaway prices, and 7% had to let their produce go waste. So this is the kind of response to marketing problems that farmers sort of took recourse to. The most serious issue that I want to share is that a quarter of the households reported that a household member lost his or her job. And if you look at the paying back loans and earning incomes and finding work, quite an overwhelming majority is actually reported that they faced a problem doing that. And interestingly, we often like to call our farmers annadatas in the sense that they grow food, but 23% said they had to borrow food, rely on others, or skip a meal at least once the past week. And 40% were worried about getting food in adequate quantity and the usual variety in the village. And the coping strategies are obvious. Borrowing significant number of farmers had borrowed more, even though they were already indebted. 85% cut back on expenses. And thankfully, at the time we surveyed, they had not yet sold their assets, but we are seeing that, talking to some of them, the selling of existing assets has already begun. And sometimes it's to bring their migrant family members back home. So that's already begun happening. So what is so this is the situation, and I do believe that the data that we are getting from surveys as well as the price data suggests that all is not well with agriculture. And I want to focus a bit on the government policy response. I think we have a detailed sort of paper on how the center and states responded. And I believe the center was consistently a step behind and reacting to situations rather than being prepared and anticipating them. And states seem to have done better. And I think that disjunct, because the state center disjunct and efforts were never resolved, there was a lot of confusion on the ground. And many states took the initiative to redress some of the issues. But overall, I think while that helped, the states could have done, states and center could have done a better job of anticipating any of these issues. In terms of the bigger and more major policy response, my feeling is that the government has been focusing disproportionately on reform rather than relief. So the relief has taken the form of PM Kisan transfers, loan repayment relaxations, and now increasing the MSP. But the procurement operations are not decentralized enough, and the distributive consequences of that are not really, I mean, it's disproportionately procured from a few farmers. So the reach is not as wide. In terms of reform, I think the 3 ordinance on marketing reform and the 1.5 lakh crore credit fund, it's very much in the design stage, and it's not really going to help agriculture sector anytime soon. And that credit fund is supposed to build strength in the value chain, but we don't know when the first loan or grant would even be sent out. In that context, what is the prognosis and prescriptions? And this is my last slide. I think one of the things that we are seeing, and others have talked about it, and I'm sure many more are going to talk about it in the coming sessions, is the return of migrant workers to the villages. And in the case of agriculture households, many migrant workers from farming families too have returned. And one of the things that we find in our research, especially on young farmers, is that not all of them are committed to life in the city because of the extraordinarily poor quality of jobs. And most migrant workers are from families. They don't really sever ties to the land because land is the fallback option. Now they are going back into families where the household members are actually quite a few relative to the landholding size. So that's going to be put pressure even within families over how the land is going to be managed. And they're also differently skilled. Many current young members from farming families don't really know farming because their parents have aspired to get them out of farming. So in some sense, they're going to have to reskill themselves if they get into farming. But there is also the larger question that agriculture has limited capacity for absorption. So we can't think of a medium-term strategy where agriculture becomes the source of employment. But at the same time, I think there is a large scope for ancillary activities around agriculture that we need to pay careful attention to. And here my own view is that the government should focus on pressing as many of these levers as possible. And there is a lot of scope for interesting, innovative initiatives. And my sense is that these have to largely come from the states because the center seems on a different path altogether. So I would suggest that where for the functionally landless and the landless workers, group land leasing is an experiment worth trying. I think we need a lot of asset transfers of small ruminants, poultry, kitchen gardens, input kits, whatever it takes to prevent farming families from selling off their assets, especially productive assets. In this context, poultry and fisheries have taken a huge hit. And these are among the fastest growing sectors in agriculture. So asset transfers would be useful, and building infrastructure, either leveraging the NREGA or even otherwise, in community fodder grain banks, dairy sheds, milking stations, low-cost poly houses. All of these are options to enable a relatively low-risk agriculture, along with, of course, cooperative dairies and procurement systems. So I would say decentralized procurement, processing, and distribution is going to be quite important. The role of women, and I'm sure Professor Deshpande will bring that up. So where a lot of migrant workers left, a lot of the farming involves a lot of women. Their status is going to be undermined in the coming months or even a year and beyond. And I think their involvement, we already have women's groups that are active and looking to build enterprises. And I think this is the right time to look at those. And a lot of the activities that now take place closer to the end markets, like grading, sorting, cleaning, packaging, and the first stage processing, I think there is scope to move it closer to the production centers. And I would say, as a fan of the MGNREGA, I have to say, as a critical fan of the MGNREGA, I think the effective NREGA is going to be a credible fallback option, and that has to be expanded to ensure that the core of agriculture sector doesn't implode. So I'll stop there, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sudha. And I think we will go through our presentations and then do the questions in the end. I think that is what the pattern of the session is. So I would like to now invite Professor Nagaraj to speak on the impact on industry. Thank you. Professor Nagaraj.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very clearly.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this invitation. And I thank IHD for giving me this opportunity to share my views on this question. My first slide, Priyanka, could you? Yes, thank you. Just to give bare information about when we say industry, what we are talking about. This is something known to all of us, but I thought it's important to refresh our memory. Manufacturing and industrial sector account for about 17% and 27% of GDP in 2017-18. They account for about 12% and 25% of employment, respectively. And we know there's a dualism in manufacturing. Factory or organized sector produces 2/3 of value added, but employs only 1/5 of workers. So rest of them are in the informal sector. Informal sector employs what 80% of the workers and produces 1/3 of value add. In 2015-16, as per the official source, there were 196.65 lakh registered manufacturing enterprises employing 360.41 lakh workers, producing 29% of GDP in the MSMEs, what we call them micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. How correct the last number is open to question. These figures I have copied from the official annual report of the MSME Ministry. Just to give an idea, there's so much of talk about MSMEs, we should know what we're talking about. So MSME is something which spreads both into the organized sector and unorganized sector. It spreads more into both of them. So this is the rough, very crude, very simple picture of the structure of manufacturing or industrial sector. Next slide, please. Priyanka. Yes, thank you. Slowdown, as other speakers have also mentioned, there's a sharp GDP growth slowdown over the last 8 quarters, from 7.1% in Q1, that is April-June 2018-19, to 3% in Q4 19-20, that is the January-March 2020. So there's been a very sharp slowdown. And as many of us who have been part of this debate about output numbers, the reality could be far worse if the critics of GDP estimates have any merit in their arguments. Coming specifically to industrial sector, industrial growth rate by index of industrial production in 2018-19 was 3.8%, fell to 0.7% in 19-20. This is the full year data. For the more recent period, for March 2020, index of industrial production, the growth rate fell to minus 16.7%, compared to 2.7%, that is positive 2.7% in the previous year in the same month. So one can see that how sharply it has fallen. I think it is quite in line with what many of us would have been expecting. Okay. And going back a little earlier, comparing the EUS and the PLFS data on manufacturing employment, we know that there has been a slowdown of the economy for much of the last decade. Between 2011-12 and 17-18, manufacturing sector lost 2.7 million jobs, and construction gained about 4 million jobs. As we all would know, the things would have been far worse after 17-18. Yeah, that's the expectation, but we have no hard numbers yet. I know, as Noman mentioned, we have latest data from 18-19, but it is too recent. We have not had time to analyze the data. Yeah, but it's reasonable to expect there will be huge job losses after the period mentioned here. Next slide, please. Yeah, effect of COVID production. I don't have the granular data of various commodities and markets. But what one would know is that factory production and urban construction is likely to be severely hit. That's something which one can reasonably expect. Because the lockdown has not affected rural construction and agricultural production. But factory production, which is mostly urban, and urban construction has been severely hit. So correspondingly, one can anticipate how much unemployment it would have generated and output losses. Manufactured consumer good would have been hit most due to lockdown and supply dislocations. I think that's very important. Supply dislocations, we all can understand what it means. Capital goods and basic goods would be hit most, as no fresh investments is taken. I think this is most evident in the case of, if you look at the monthly numbers of steel production, cement production, which I take as a rough proxy for capital formation. Both have been in the negative numbers. I don't have the numbers here with me, but they have been very, very low. So, which is quite as expected. Okay. However, alcohol-based industries, because they manufacture this basically this soap or this liquid for washing hands, and pharmaceuticals, I think they are expected to have done well. But most other industries, one can expect to have done worse. I don't have the numbers with me, but I think this is a reasonable expectation of what would have happened after COVID-19. That is March this year. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is where I think I thought of spending more time. We can have exact numbers, but they're very, 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 very sketchy numbers. But more important to see how government has responded to it, and about which there's been fair amount of discussion. I would, instead of talking about individual policies, I thought I will focus on broad contradictions. Okay, so I thought this is more important to sharply focus what is wrong with the entire policy response. We all know the problem is from the demand contraction, whereas the supply package is mostly about augmenting supply in the long run. I think this is a clear contradiction, which somehow seem to have missed the policymakers, or I don't know, that's completely missed. Okay, most of the policy has been easing liquidity, but the problem is one of income and cash support. This is again widely discussed about it. And lastly, I think this is something which baffles me unless I need to reconstruct my basic definitions in economics, okay, or political economy. Self-reliance versus structural reforms. I think Prime Minister gave a very, very eloquent speech on self-reliance. I think we all know that self-reliance is not something new to us. It's been one of the pillars of India's economic policy since independence. And what Prime Minister talked about self-reliance was, I thought, was broadly in line with what we understand broadly as self-reliance. That is basically, in economic terms, this is increasing domestic production in domestic consumption, increasing domestic savings rate in total investments, and greater ownership and control of enterprises by domestic citizens and domestic institutions. I think that's a broad definition of self-reliance, which in my understanding, is broadly accepted in economic discourse. But what the finance minister talked about, I was completely different. It was complete at variance. I am still at a loss to understand how they can be reconciled. What the finance minister talked about was structural reforms, and structural reforms, or as we understand, has a specific meaning in economic discourse, particularly discussion on development discourse, where structural reforms are reforms of markets to reduce government intervention so that the markets function more freely, which is basically means making markets more markets more free. Okay, devoid or by reducing government intervention. This assumes that state intervention has a negative effect on supply response in the markets. Okay, so supply is being held back by government interventions, which are sought to be removed by structural reforms. This is the essential idea of structural reforms as we understand since in the last 3 decades of literature on reforms. And most important elements of it, we all know: liberalization of markets, privatization, that is ownership change, and enticing foreign capital, opening up of markets to foreign goods and foreign capital and foreign ownership of Indian enterprises. Okay, I find there's a clear disjunction between what the Prime Minister talked about, self-reliance, and structural reforms, which form the core of what Finance Minister talked about. Okay. And I'm very surprised that Finance Minister talked about inviting foreign capital, even the most strategic defense sectors. In my understanding of economics or political economy, strategic sectors nowhere in the world are foreign owned. If at all they're owned, they're heavily regulated. Okay, so but government or the finance minister talked about liberalizing even for strategic sectors, inviting foreign capital into it. I fail to see the relationship between self-reliance and structural reforms. I was following some of the writings or some of the speeches given by economic advisors to the finance ministry. One of them mentioned very interesting definition. He said self-reliance means basically every individual takes responsibility for himself or herself. This is basically a notion of a very conservative notion of freedom and responsibility. I think it's in this sense that the finance minister or the finance ministry understood self-reliance. The look, individual should be responsible for himself. As regard the government or the nation is concerned, structural reforms are what it means, self-reliance. I still can't figure out, but I'm still trying to understand what the finance ministry is trying to get at. So this is my I see this essence of the contradiction in the policy response to the crisis, and yeah, that's my. I'm still trying to figure out how they can be reconciled. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, Priyanka. Hello. Hello. Priyanka.
Hello, yes, sir. So I've taken over. How can I help you, sir?
Priyanka.
Hello.
Slide has been changed, Nagaraj.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Small, right. I would, there's been a lot of talk about MSME, a lot of reforms in MSME, which is welcome. Small and self-employed enterprises are likely to be most affected after business. Hence, the policy focus on MSME is welcome. Okay, this is the idea. But majority of registered MSMEs are relatively larger enterprises, mostly urban. Whereas the micro enterprises or mostly informal enterprises are mostly rural and very small. Okay, large swaths of household and own account enterprises are unlikely to get any advantage of the policy initiative. This is my my comment on MSME initiative. Yeah, next slide, please. This is a table showing how the definitions have changed. There are three categories: micro enterprise, small enterprise, and medium enterprise. And earlier, there used to be two categories called manufacturing enterprise and service enterprise. And what you see on the screen written in red are the newer definitions. For example, for a definition of a micro enterprise, earlier was investment in machinery and equipment up to 25 lakhs. That has been increased to rupees 1 crore. One additional criterion has also been added in this definition, in the newer definition. That is, it's turnover of less than 5 crores. So unless an enterprise satisfies both these definitions, it cannot qualify as a micro enterprise. Okay. Similarly, small enterprise, the investment limit has been moved up. Please go back to the old. Yes, thank you. Okay. And similarly, the micro and the medium enterprise, it has gone up from 10 crores to 500 crores, and the turnover limit is 250 crore rupees. And the earlier we had a distinction between manufacturing enterprise and service enterprise. That distinction has been abolished. Now only have enterprises. No separate definition of service enterprise. So these are the major changes made in the definition of MSME in last week. Next slide, please. Yeah, I would like to make a comment on what the definition means. MSMEs will be increasingly about services, not about manufacturing. My impression is that this is basically intended to facilitate services industry and not manufacturing. And this is going to make it comfortable for most of registered companies to be listed under MSMEs. If you look at the list, 99% of registered companies and 70% of listed companies are likely to qualify for categorization as MSMEs. Now they can get additional benefit under MSME. So this entire move of redefinition is to help larger enterprises and not really the informal enterprises and the smaller ones. So the entire effort of supporting manufacturing, supporting and MSMEs is essentially to support corporate sector, which I find it very surprising, and has done it very subtly so that it is not very visible. Right. Another important point I find is including turnover as a second criterion. The unstated objective of the revision seems to be to bring small enterprises into the GST fold and little else. I think this is serious, because the entire objective of Finance Ministry has been to formalize, which I am not against. But formalize in what sense? Formalization in terms of bringing enterprises into the tax net, but not including workers, not expanding a formalization of workers to enable them to get social security. So entire effort at formalization is intended to get them under tax net, but not to improve the welfare of workers. So which I find is again very disturbing. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. Another initiative in the reform package is Electronics Manufacturing Initiative, a $6.6 billion incentive scheme for international and local companies to ramp up their electronics manufacturing. This is a very important initiative. Electronics manufacturing, particularly production and assembly of smartphones. And the recently announced schemes are production-linked incentives for large enterprises, scheme for promotion of manufacturing of electronic components and semiconductors, and modified electronics manufacturing clusters scheme. So these are the three official schemes. Next slide, please. Yeah, evidence on it. See, in my view, none of these are new. We have been having it in one form or the other since we had the 2016 electronics manufacturing policy. We know that in 2015, we had the Make in India initiative, which is a failure, with poor output growth and growing import dependence. A sizable pickup in mobile phone assembly has happened. Truly, it has definitely happened. Just give me 2 minutes. Just give me, okay. But value addition is extremely poor. Domestic enterprises have been decimated. In fact, if you recall, a few years ago, we used to have Lava, some of these domestic brands, they all have been decimated, and the foreign brands have taken over them. And unfortunately, there is very little scope for backward integration to increase domestic value addition for lack of component manufacturing. And we must understand that incentives will not matter because the component manufacturing is highly controlled by MNCs under patents and strict technology licensing agreements. In fact, we have just a paper written on this under one project where this comes out clearly. In the last 5 years, the only item which they have been able to indigenize is the adapter. Okay, and nothing else of the smartphone has any of the components has been domestically produced. Last slide, please. Yeah. To sum up, COVID-19 hit Indian industry that was already in severe deceleration. Factory manufacturing and urban construction has come to a standstill after lockdown. Economic package announced is riddled with contradictions, as I mentioned. MSME package is mostly about extending credit to easier terms for the corporate sector. Very little value addition in mobile phone assembly. Electronic manufacturing is a non-starter for lack of component manufacturing. And that will not happen because this is highly controlled by MNCs under licensing agreements. I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nagaraj. Very, very interesting. And I'm sure we'll have more to talk about on this. Is very, very interesting. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite Professor Ashwini Deshpande to take the floor and speak on the lockdown in gender and caste. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for inviting me to this very important conference. Let me jump right in, and actually it seems like a lot of my work is already done because in the previous session, many of the issues that I am going to talk about have been highlighted, but mine is a short and sweet presentation, keeping in mind the 10-minute limit. Okay. Yeah, so as we obviously know, the lockdown that happened in India was amongst the most stringent in the world. By the time of the first announcement of the lockdown, 25th of March, the stringency index had hit right at the top. So that was the maximum possible stringency that any country could adopt. And we began with that level of stringency, which obviously led to a near complete shutdown of the economy, as other speakers have discussed. What I am going to do today is to present some data, some results on how this complete shutdown affected jobs, and were there differences by gender and by caste, and in what specific way can we see those. Now, the question that actually sparked this question in my own mind was that I was reading evidence about the global picture. And it has been estimated that women are going to be more vulnerable to losing their jobs compared to men, globally speaking. In other words, in absolute numbers, number of women who lose jobs is going to be larger than the number of men who are going to lose jobs. So there was a Citibank report that said that of the 44 million workers in vulnerable sectors globally, 31 million women face potential job cuts compared to 13 million men. So, this is the absolute disparity. And what I wanted to see was, what does this picture look like for India? So I looked at data from the CMIE about, you heard Mahesh Vyas speaking in the earlier session. So you now know about the CMIE data, but I put it on the slide anyway. that they have data at the national level from January 2016 to April 2020. That's a typo, excuse me, it should be 2020. And it's a panel of households which is surveyed 3 times per year. They survey roughly 43,600 households per month. And just looking at the big picture of the monthly trends in employment and unemployment rates, this is just proportion of the population above 15 and above that was employed, and proportion of the population 15 and above that was unemployed by month. So I've plotted it from January 2016 to April 2020. Now, obviously, you see that there are monthly fluctuations up and down, but by and large, there are no dramatic shifts in the period for which I've plotted these aggregate numbers. The dramatic shift really comes between March and April 2020. So March covers 1 week of the lockdown, and then of course April is completely locked down. The reason that this is important to remember is that it's not the case that lockdown happened to coincide with a seasonal pattern during which employment typically goes down. So we don't see that, March to April shift in other years at other times. So even though we knew that the lockdown was going to exaggerate any seasonal pattern, but there isn't actually a seasonal pattern that lowers employment between March and April. So that's really the point that this graph is making. So whatever we see in April 2020 is entirely can be attributed to the lockdown. Okay, now when we come to a discussion about or an evaluation about whether men are going to lose more jobs, more men are going to lose jobs because of lockdown, or more women are going to lose jobs because of lockdown, the Indian picture is a little bit different from the global picture. And that's something to keep in mind at all times. So one is that female participation in the labor force has been low for several decades, and in fact has registered a decline in the last 10 to 15 years. Now, there are, there's a lot of discussion about whether this decline is real, in the sense that is it the case that women are withdrawing from the labor force, or is it the case that the ways in which women's work is recorded, contributes to the low level? Is it the case that the kinds of jobs that women would be able to work in, those have declined? And that is what is seen as a decline. And I obviously have views on that. But today I'm not going to talk about that debate. Whatever the reasons are, the fact is that the registered numbers show a drop. And I don't think that it's because women are withdrawing from the labor force. But, for now, we have to understand that there is a lowering of the proportion of women who are in the labor force. Now, when we look at the changes due to the lockdown in India, contrary to the global figures that I presented earlier, actually, for men in India, the absolute numbers of men who had jobs before the lockdown was higher than the absolute numbers of women, and the absolute numbers of men who lost jobs in April 2020 is higher than the absolute numbers of women who lost jobs, right? So if you look at it this way, then it seems like the gender dimension in India is more adverse towards men rather than gender dimension of the job losses is more adverse towards men rather than towards women. But because of the pre-existing gaps in female and male labor force participation rates, and because of the pre-existing gaps in employment rates, this is not a correct way to look at the gender dimension or the caste dimension, for that matter, of the job losses. So one simple way, before I get into the regression results, that some estimation that I've done with pre and post panel, but a very simple way to check this is to say, okay, let's take the average employment between March 2019 and March 2020, right? So this is 1 year before the lockdown hit. And there are obviously monthly fluctuations, but just look at the average, which will take care of those monthly fluctuations. And then take the April 2020 employment numbers and just take a simple ratio. So what was the April 2020 employment number relative to the average in the previous year? It's a very simple statistic, easy to understand, and it also takes care of a different base level for different categories. Now, if you see, and that's what this graph is plotting here, for different categories of the population. The line that the bar that says all is for all India, for the entire population. So this shows the sort of job loss. This is at about 67%. So it's roughly about 33% drop in employment in April 2020, according to CMIE numbers. And so basically this shows that on average in India, employment in April 2020 was about 67% of the employment in the previous year. Okay. But you also see that there are groups to the left of this all number and there are groups to the right of this, which means that some groups of Indians lost jobs in a greater proportion than this all India average, and some groups of Indians lost jobs in a higher proportion. So the lower down you go, the lower the height of the bar, it means that that particular group lost jobs relative to their pre-lockdown phase more. And what's the group that has the lowest bar, which is rural female, right? So before that, so this is all. You see this line for male, and you see this line, you'll see this line for female right here, just above the rural female. So first you see that just the gap between men and women, you just compared men and women, you find that women, relative to their employment level pre-lockdown, lost the employment level in April 2020 was lower than for the corresponding ratio for men. And within women, it was really driven by rural women. So rural women, first, women, relatively speaking, suffered a greater loss of employment than men, and rural women suffered a greater loss of employment than urban women. And such that, in fact, the rural women female category is at the is at the bottom of this ranking. And what's the group at the top of the ranking? Is the rural upper castes. So you see also a caste difference, and here you have SC, ST, OBC, and upper caste as individual categories, and then broken down again between male and female. Between rural and urban. I also have a male and female, but I didn't put that here, between rural and urban, right? And so you see the best of groups actually are rural upper caste, urban STs, but remember the CMIE data, the urban STs is a very small sample. But STs seems to have generally fared, relatively speaking, better compared to Dalits and compared to also women, right? So I mean, I know that these are not comparable categories, but you do see a difference in the caste and gendered loss of employment relative to the previous year's average. Okay, so zooming now, this was a broader picture. From here, you can actually zoom in and make use of the panel dimension of the CMIE data, right? Because the CMIE has monthly data, and every household gets interviewed in a 4-month wave, right? So I have data from CMIE for the households and individuals that was surveyed in April 2020. Now, given the stringency of the lockdown, all the individuals that were surveyed in April 2020 were surveyed during the lockdown. Now, the previous time that they were surveyed was between November and December 2019. So I can match them with the previous time that they were surveyed to create a pre and post lockdown or pre and post pandemic panel. It was also pre-pandemic in India. It was also pre-lockdown. Okay. And so the post lockdown or the post pandemic is April 2020. And the pre period is the same households identified in November and December. Okay. So I ran, many regressions on this. So this is these are results from the regression, which is controlling for, which state they were living in, whether they were rural or urban, whether they were older, younger. I classified the individuals into between 15 and 35, and then 35 and older, just to make things computationally easier. And you can look at which sector of industry they were working in. Now, these are estimates taking agriculture as the base sector. So first thing is this blue thing here, which shows lockdown, the effect of lockdown. And this is the dependent variable, or what is being regressed on all of these variables, is whether you were employed or not. So first is that the lockdown lowers the probability of employment, which we know, but now it's sort of based on this very targeted sample of individuals who were surveyed in April 2020. So relative to their condition pre-lockdown, individuals were much less, whatever. It's 22.6 something here, but controlling for the base, it amounts to about 33% reduction in the probability of being employed. Okay. If you were, who were the ones who were still employed in the post-lockdown period? If you were employed in the pre-lockdown period, you were much more likely to be employed in the post-lockdown period than if you were not employed. So it wasn't that people just got, those who didn't have jobs before got jobs in the lockdown period, right? Now it seems obvious, but it's just something that has been established. At least in this basic regression, you don't see a big difference between older and younger populations. Urban is you're more likely to lose jobs in urban areas than if you're in rural areas, which again goes, it sort of cuts the zero line, but the point estimate is above that. And so it confirms what other people have talked about. Relative to agriculture, the sector that suffered the greatest loss in employment was manufacturing, construction, and processing. So these are all predominantly urban sectors. So services also suffered, but much less compared to this. So that's really one of the results from just looking at this panel of individuals that were surveyed post and pre-lockdown. Now, you can get at the, earlier I showed you that graph with those bars. You can actually estimate the precise loss for women relative to men in a more rigorous manner. Okay, and so here is what I did, and I have a paper which you're welcome to look at, which explains this more clearly. But what this is telling you is that this men were 17.6 percentage points more likely to lose employment than women, which goes to show that more men lost jobs than women. Okay, but if you compare the group of men who were employed pre-lockdown and compare that to the group of women who were employed pre, so conditional on being employed pre-lockdown, women were 23.5 percentage points less likely to be employed post-lockdown. So if both were employed before, then this is the figure that we need to pay attention to. I looked at another gender dimension, which is female-headed households relative to male-headed households. So these are female heads of household relative to male heads of household. And female heads of household were less likely to be employed than male heads of household. And conditional on being employed before, male heads of a household were 11.3 percentage points more likely to be employed relative to female heads of household who were employed. So this is now comparing like with like. So comparing the subpopulation, because remember we saw that if you were employed pre-lockdown, you're more likely to be employed post-lockdown. So now we are looking at the group that both men and women who were employed pre-lockdown and female heads of household and male heads of household employed pre-lockdown, and we are looking at now their likelihood of being employed post-lockdown. Okay, we can do a similar thing for caste. I am just showing you two tables. There are many more in the table, and I'm actually still working on more results. And here you find, for example, that if you interact upper caste with pre-lockdown employment, then upper castes were 12.8 percentage points more likely to be employed relative to the base category, which is ST. Okay, and so that's really, shows one of the caste differences. And here, if you interact just pre and post lockdown, you find that relative to to upper caste, OBCs, SCs, and STs were less likely to be employed post lockdown than they were relative to upper caste. Okay, so these are many different dimensions. You can cut the data in many different ways, and I have actually more results, but I'm not going to talk about all the results here. But this is just to tell you that when you do literally a panel estimation on individuals who were surveyed post lockdown and compare it to their own situation pre lockdown, you find these differential caste and gender effects. Now, while on the one hand, women have suffered relatively more relative to men post lockdown, but when you look at some of the women who do have jobs, who are still working, one of those is the category of ASHA workers, who are exclusively women, right? So these jobs are almost reserved for women. These are women who obviously have jobs in the post lockdown period as they had before. And in fact, they are now the backbone of the health system that is crucial to getting data on the spread of the pandemic and also to pandemic control strategies. Now, these women, from all accounts, are poorly paid, at a very high risk of getting infected, very little protective gear. They have been ostracized and they have been targets of stigma and violence because of the stigmatization associated with COVID. And because of the fact that they are in direct contact with households who might have members with the disease. Okay. Another dimension to livelihoods. Speakers earlier have talked about the MSME sector. Now, if you look at, I've looked at the MSME registration data released by the ministry. Now, if you look at the registrations of new micro, small, and medium enterprises between March and May 2019, and you compare that with March and May 2020, which is the post-pandemic, post-lockdown period. Now, in most states, registrations went down for MSMEs, right? Which is not surprising given the shutdown of the economy. But in states where they went down, the percentage decline for women-owned enterprises was was higher than the percentage decline for male-owned enterprises. So in states where registrations went down, the decline for women was greater. There are actually, curiously, some states where it went up, and I'm more curious to understand how it went up. But whatever the reason, in states where MSME registrations did go up, they went up. They went up more for men, proportionately speaking, than for women. So you see the gender gaps in the MSME registration data as well. So when you think about the impact of the pandemic on the livelihoods for women relative to men, either they have suffered greater unemployment, and those women who continue to be employed are in the front line of the pandemic control strategy. So in other words, they are at high risk of infection. They are in a very poorly paid sector. And so the choice seems to be really between risky jobs or unemployment as far as women are concerned. As far as Dalits are concerned, who also suffered disproportionately greater jobs, but again, some of the jobs are reserved for them, and I'm using reserve within quotation marks. So manual scavenging, garbage pickups, etc., are almost exclusively done by Dalits. So again, there it seems to be that jobs that are stigmatizing, that are poorly paid, that are hazardous, seem to be the preserve for women and Dalits, whereas the better quality of jobs which they had before, they are now being thrown out of, and that's it. I will stop here and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. A fascinating discussion. I now want to call Ravi. I think it's Ravi's turn. So could we have Ravi Srivastava to come and speak on the lockdown and the crisis for migrant. Hi, Ravi.
Hi, Noman. Thank you very much. In 2018, in the Bombay conference of ISLE, I wrote a paper on informality, migration, discrimination, and specifically focused on a specific form of discrimination, which was labor market discrimination. I had at that point of time participated also in a 2-year study of the LSE with Alpa and Jan Slur, two of my colleagues, where they had worked on issues of migration, labor market regimes in 5 different regions in India and 5 different labor market regimes. And had acquired additional clarity on how informality, discrimination, and migration were interrelated. When the pandemic happened and I saw the situation of the migrants, then it was like a nightmare coming true, because all the precarity of migrants and informal workers that I had written about, analyzed over the last 30 years, came so true to life. And not only that, the discrimination which migrants faced in the treatment that they were meted out to in the process of the great exodus that happened to them, the entire process from beginning to end, really, it was like a nightmare come true. In the pandemic has again, actually, it's not only India, but globally, the pandemic has exposed the vulnerability of labor migrants everywhere. Of course, India has been unique because we have never ever seen this scale of desperation, the scale of a response from the migrants, and the kind of exodus that we saw. What I will do is actually I'll share my presentation. Mostly, it's a very short presentation, so it will not take much time. So just second wise, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So as I said, the pandemic has underscored the vulnerability of migrants all over the world. And this is not only the case in India, but in India, it has specifically exposed the fault lines in the labor market, particularly the increasing precariousness and other aspects which I will talk about, and also the social aspects. We now know that we live in a society where migrants face discrimination and lack of citizenship rights. It has also shown how little governments and employers knew about this massive section of the workforce and how policy ignored them or actually worked to their detriment. The government has filed a series of affidavits, beginning with one on March 29th in relation to migrants. And if you see the kind of figures that it put out in relation to the migrants who were suffering at that point of time, you can see the level of its ignorance. We know the reasons for this reverse migration. I'm not going to go into this in great detail. The sudden lockdown led to a loss of employment and earnings of the informal workers, and the crisis of food and accommodation, which was very, very severe for migrants. More than half the migrants, almost all the short-term circular migrants, live in work sites. The others live in rented accommodation, highly congested settings. And when they lost their access to income, they also lost their access to this rented accommodation. They, of course, do not have any registration or social security. They did not have access to bank accounts, particularly during the strict lockdown period, and very few could get relief from the state or central schemes. There was obviously a tremendous desire to reunite with kin to life, to reunite with kin and family. As Kanan pointed out, everybody saw the threat to life and of course faced the threat to livelihoods, and their obvious response was to reunite with their families. All this led to enormous desperation and exodus, which we saw just after lockdown. But of course, they were at that point of time sent back to shelters. The government took a very law and order approach to the problem. And at that point of time, we did not see this exodus, which then re-emerged as soon as the first lockdown ended and the second lockdown was announced. Now, before I go into the details of the migrants, let me just schematically keep before you the kind of migrants that we're talking about, and how do we look at them? How do we measure them? The chairman of the session, Noman himself, has actually come out with an article and has set some figures. The way I have categorized migrants over the last 30, 35 years, and the way I have tried to estimate them has been actually fundamentally different from the estimations that have been made. If you look at the large circle here, this is basically the usual estimation of migrants that we do, either from the census or of course from the NSS, occasionally from the NSS. So these are migrants. These migrants basically consist of what I have called two categories of migrants: the permanent migrants or the semi-permanent migrants, or in the current context, the long-term circular migrants. The semi-permanent migrants are those migrants who have come to the urban areas, have gradually found a foothold, may have acquired some entitlements over a period of time through informal channels or through other channels. The census alone does not allow us to distinguish between these two categories. We have the NSS 2007-8 survey, which actually did a survey of out migrants from rural households who were still connected to the rural households. So in some sense, that data alone allows us to get some inkling of these semi-permanent migrants or the long-term circular migrants. If you look at the census data, the census also does not capture all the semi-permanent migrants, because those who have moved into urban areas recently, who live in informal settlements, are usually not captured in the census data. If you look at the small circle below, then that is the short duration circular migrants. These are not part and parcel of the census data or the NSS migration data. And repeatedly, analysts make the mistake of trying to estimate their figures from the census or the NSS figures. The NSS figures itself, there is the 2007-8 NSS, which gave an estimate of short duration out-migration. Basically, migrants, people who went out for work between 1 month and 6 months, but it underestimated their figures quite significantly, because most short duration migrants, except in sectors such as agriculture, migrate out for more than 6 months, usually 7 to 9 months, sometimes even longer than that. Sometimes it could be a 15-month cycle and so on. So the actual numbers of short duration migrants are actually much larger than the NSS estimates. Now, over a period of time, over decades actually, I have tried to use different methods, because since we don't have a straightforward measure of actually estimating the circular migrants and estimating what I call vulnerable migrants in all these categories: the long duration migrants, the short duration circular migrants, and also the census migrants. And over the last 2-3 years, I have again carried out this exercise, which I have refined in the last couple of months as carefully as I can, looking at the estimates. What are the estimates? What are the figures of these migrants? There will be 2 papers in the near future, one which the Journal of Agrarian Studies will be bringing out, and a longer working paper of the Institute of Human Development, which will summarize my methodology, and which the participants will be able to look at very, very shortly. So basically, just to give you an estimate, first, to give you the estimates and the links between informality and migration. So the tall bar are the figures of informal workers in the 2004-05 survey, the 2011-12 employment-unemployment survey, and the 2017-18 unemployment survey. The middle bar is the estimates of the long duration out migrants, but not all long duration out migrants. I have actually made an estimate of what I call occupationally vulnerable long duration out migrants, those who are in the NCO categories 5 to 9. And then you have the third bars, which are estimates of the short duration circular migrants. The line that you see adds both of them together, the short duration and the long duration circular migrant. These are the migrants who obviously could have wanted to come back to the rural areas, those who are occupationally vulnerable, and of course, if they had roots in the rural areas. And actually the percentage of these migrants to the informal workers increased from 47% in 2004-05 to 57% in 17-18, according to my estimate. Now, these are not exact estimates. These are the best estimates that I could do with several assumptions using the NSS and the census data. But nonetheless, what they tell you is the link between increasing informality, almost 80 to 90% of increasing informal work in non-agriculture. This bar, by the way, represent informal work in non-agriculture sector, is basically catered to by increasing circular migration of one kind or another kind. Therefore, this integral link between informality and circular migration. Just to give you some sense of the estimates that I have made, and these are refined, in fact, from the even from the earlier discussion and the earlier webinar that I gave on IHD. And I've only focused on two levels of estimates. One are interstate migrants, and the other is the interstate migrants. And these are, again, all people I call vulnerable migrants. So basically, occupational categories 5 to 9 and short-term circular migrants. And I've given you the estimates here from 2011 and 2018. All interstate vulnerable circular migrants, I estimated to be around 52 million in 2018. And if you look at interstate, only urban migrants, the majority of these migrants, 80% or more were actually urban migrants, 43 million. Out of these, in this table, you can see the proportion of the long-term circular migrants and the short-term circular migrants. And you can see that actually when it comes to interstate migrants, actually the short-term circular migrants dominate the long-term circular migrants. Where are these migrants? Where do they work? They are casual workers. They are also informal workers in manufacturing, in services. So they are both salaried workers, they are casual workers, and in particular, the long-term circular workers are also self-employed. They are the rickshaw pullers, they are the rediwalas, and so on and so forth. So we are looking across categories and employment activity types. This is something we must remember in the categories of the circular migrants. Just to give you a sense, because we have been over the past few weeks bombarded with figures of migrants going back, and I'll have to say a little more about it in the beginning. This is all derived from 2007-08, and I'll come back to the differences between 2007-08 and the current status. If you look at the first light blue bars, reflect the short-term circular migrants, the proportion or percentage that each state has contributed to short-term interstate short-term circular migration. And the dark blue bars are the proportion that states have contributed to, again, vulnerable long-term circular migration. And if you look at the bars, the first state here is Bihar. In Bihar, Bihar predominated as far as interstate short-term circular migration was concerned. 30%, more than 30% of short-term interstate circular migrants came from Bihar. About 20% came from UP, and this was followed by West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Rajasthan, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and so on. The usual states, the suspect states. But if you look at long-term circular or long-term circular migrants, the vulnerable ones, then it is UP which predominates with 31% share, followed by Bihar, which is 18% share, followed again by West Bengal, which is again the third highest, and then Rajasthan, Odisha. So the Odisha migrants, at least in 2007-08, more of them tended to, a higher proportion of the long-term out migrants were from Odisha than seasonal out migrants. Now, this was a picture in 2007-08. All contemporary studies in the last 3 to 4 years actually tell us that the east to the south corridors, the south corridors being the 4 destination states of Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, of course, Goa is a very small state, and Karnataka. Migration, seasonal migration, and as well as long-term, circular migration has increased to these states. It has increased from the eastern states, Jharkhand, Bihar, West Bengal, and the Northeast. So if we had a current survey on the lines even of the 2007-8 survey, we would definitely find a greater proportion of out-migration from these states. Now, I just want to talk a little bit about the state response to migrant repatriation. We know the initial response. The migrants came out in large numbers in Telangana, in Karnataka, in the Delhi NCR region, in Ahmedabad, in Bombay, at the end of March, the end of the first week of lockdown, and they wanted to go home. They were pushed back to, there were several directives made by the central government on March 29th and 30th. Then the upshot of this was that migrants were prosecuted, they were persecuted, they were pushed back, they were pushed back into shelters and quarantines. And several thousand migrants, cases were also were lodged against them, FIRs were lodged against them under the different provisions of the NDMA. After the first lockdown expired, at the beginning of the second lockdown, there was again, a surge of migrants wanting to leave for their home destinations. But if you read the various directives of the center held back on migrant repatriation and then subsequently reneged support and responsibility. There was a MHA guideline of April 19th, which for the first time permitted the movement of migrants, but from shelters within the states where they had been stranded to be deployed on work sites within the same states. So the directive was that you could move them from shelters in quarantines, deploy them on various kind of work sites, but within the standard states. Okay, so now the public health logic of that, at least I fail to appreciate, but this was the directive given on April 19th. There was another directive given on April 29th, which said, yes, okay, they can be moved interstate after fulfilling modalities and through interstate coordination only by buses. And all the data that we have shows that long-term as well as short-term circular migration is more over long distances than over short distances. So the only movement permitted at that point of time was bus movement. In between things that happened, and I'll come back to that a little more. Railways issued, strangely enough, till then all the directives were issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs. On 1st of May, a guideline and a directive was issued by the Ministry of Railways for the first time permitting migrants to travel by trains and talking about the Shramik trains which began operating. Then on May 3rd of May, there came a very curious directive of the Ministry of Home Affairs, which said that its orders, and I want to read out, its orders were meant to facilitate the movement of persons who had moved from their native places or workplaces just before lockdown. So it did not apply to people who had been working in the areas of destination and were stranded there. It applied to people who had moved from native places to the places where they were stranded just before lockdown. This particular directive was used by a number of people, very influential people, to argue that actually the state guidelines did not permit these migrant laborers to be repatriated. The same argument, by the way, was not used at all with respect to the religious stranded people, students who had been studying in different parts of the country or abroad, or our workers or students who were stranded abroad. This argument was only used with respect to migrant laborers. We also know that both the sending and receiving states were reluctant to receive workers who were continuously subject to harassment and violence. I mean, the degree of violence which was unleashed on migrant workers, if at all they moved out of their lockdowns, if they went on the roads, the violence which was unleashed on them at state borders, where they accumulated in large numbers after traveling hundreds and thousands of kilometers on foot, is extraordinary. And this happened both due to, of course, under MHA guidelines, but both sending and receiving states were extremely reluctant to move workers, there was a complete lack of coordination between the states themselves and between the states and the center and the states and the railways. We have seen those extraordinary, the extraordinary exchanges that have taken place from time to time on all of these issues. And I think at least the Indian audience is probably familiar to them. The registration procedures for train travel were extraordinary. Extraordinary for a group of illiterate or semi-literate migrants to be able to fulfill even in ordinary times. But in extraordinary times of lockdown, the fact that they first had to procure a PDF, and I'm for example, giving you an example of Maharashtra State, procure a form, a printed form in PDF, fill it up in English. These were the instructions that they had to give up the form, fill it up in English, go to a doctor, and you know how difficult it is to go to a doctor in COVID times, get a medical certificate, go to a police station, get signatures about 20, collect 25 or 30 forms from fellow migrants who want to go to a common destination, then go to a police station, register these migrant workers, wait wherever they are for word from the police station about the arrangement of trains, reach the train stations mostly on their own when the trains were announced, and the trains regularly arrived without any unannounced, without any regular announcement, without any announced schedule. All the Shramik trains, no schedules were arrived because there was this fear that the migrants would swarm the stations. So this was basically, the schedules were supposed to be sprung on them, and the police or the administration was supposed to inform them just in time. And this was completely in contrast to the resources which were deployed and procedures which were adopted, for example, in the Vande Bharat mission, where the Navy was deployed. Yes, the Navy was deployed, central forces were used, orderly repatriation took place. And I just want to, they have two more slides, Noman. So just to say that what we estimate is that about 60% of circular migrants are back in their home states. Only about 10% of them actually use official transport. And even most of these people had to pay for them. So there is now, of course, a serious case. Apart from short-time requirements to boost employment, income, and food support, there is an urgent call for now regionally balanced growth. Let me just go through, take a couple, 2-3 minutes, Noman, with your permission, to go through these policy measures, which I think are extremely important for us to deliberate on. I've broken them up into 6 topics. First, the whole question of labor markets, restructuring labor markets. The most obvious question, which several speakers in the past sessions have pointed out, is that we need steps to formalize migrant workers, their registration, job security, better working conditions. If you look at it, no steps have been taken by the center, but the ad hoc processes of registration have been initiated by different states in the destination state. But I want to point out that the whole issue of migration and registration is now deeply mired in citizenship issues, deeply mired in linguistic, religious, and ethnic issues. For the first time in my research history, and probably in IHD's research history, before the shutdown, we carried out large-scale surveys without identifying migrants, because we were told that our field investigators would be forced to go back if we asked. This became a sensitive question. So registration is key, but how to carry this out will now be a $1 million question, and linking this with social security. The second question is, in the light of this, there has to be the Occupation Health and Safety the code, which is OSH, has to be revisited. Its health provisions, the working conditions issue, because it actually moves towards labor market flexibility and informalization. And what we have seen in response, Kamala has dealt with it in great length, is a flurry of ordinances which tend to abolish all laws and eliminate regulation, and even eliminate the most fundamental social security laws, such as the Maternity Benefit Act in cases like Uttar Pradesh. Second, the question of having more investment in health. So we need more investment in workers' health, in workplaces and living, and also in living spaces. But again, the MHA, there are MHA workplace guidelines in place, but many of the laws relating to health and social security, particularly related to grievance redressal, have been suspended in some of the states. And this again is related to the code that I have talked about, which has to be revised, keeping in mind these things. Thirdly, the question of putting in place a minimum level of social security for informal workers. No action has been taken. And again, this leads us to the question of revisiting the bill on the code of social security. This is an issue which Kamala has flagged, but I think the COVID makes it absolutely essential for us to look at the things which are on the table before the pandemic and what has the pandemic taught us about these things. Fourth, the question of portability of social protection arrangements has again become very important. The government has talked about one country, one PDS, and this was something which was supposed to have happened last June, which has still not happened. But we need to look at it in the context of all social security entitlements, in the context of the registration procedure that I have talked about, and universal social security. Then the question of better housing. I have said time and again that you can no longer isolate the question of the workplace, and the question of housing. We are seeing that even now, those of us who lived in privileged housing now, the reason why we are uncomfortable in using domestic care is because they live in slums. The question of giving safe and healthy housing to workers is an extremely important one, and we have to follow it up in different ways. Then the question of regionally balanced growth and rural regeneration. And Sudha has addressed it in various people. I will not go into this in detail. This requires a detailed elaboration. And finally, the whole question of social discrimination. It has really been thrown in our face in so many ways, in the whole treatment of discrimination of the migrants, the whole migrant issue, how they not only, as I have said time and again, are they forced to do the most dirty, dangerous, and difficult work because of labor market segmentation, but the treatment that has been meted out to them. Even as they were being harassed, persecuted, beaten up, there were a section of the privileged people who started a Me Too a Migrant movement on WhatsApp. This thing called Me Too a Migrant. So deriding the migrants who are suffering and who are desperate. I think discrimination is a fundamental edifice of our labor market, and this is an issue we have to address as economists, as social scientists, as policymakers and policy advisors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Ravi. Thank you very much. Okay. Since we are running a little late, I'm not muted, am I? No. Can I ask the next speaker, Jimol, to take the floor? Jimol Luni, the Professor of Economics and Public Policy at Ahmedabad University. Could you please take the floor and talk about the informal economy? Thank you so much.
Thank you, IHD, ILO, and Oman. So, is my slide visible?
Absolutely fine.
Okay. So now most of the people have said almost everything, so I can skip a lot of slides. The informal economy is such a huge thing. So I will try to sort of bring it down to a few sectors and talk about them. But before that, I was very fascinated by a small piece that Ratin Roy had written yesterday in some newspaper, I think, where he makes this distinction between projection, forecast, and estimates. And he shows how projection is a useless thing because it's based, in this situation, because it's based on past trends. Forecast is with a interesting framework model, then it is good. It's something like Sudipto and friends have done, the NCAR group. And the last is the estimates, which is generally based on high frequency data kind of thing. So that we are seeing both the CMIE data that Mahesh Vyas and Ashwini were talking about was those kind of estimates. And he sort of makes this point that they have a very short life. But all the same, it provides a kind of a macro picture. It is useful for planning budgets, resource allocation, and generally knowing what is the dimension of the problem. But in reality, if you want to get down to policy, you really need to deep dive into a micro context to see who, what, where, why, how, and so on in a very disaggregated fashion. And then only you would be able to reach any benefit to the concerned groups of workers and enterprises. So I'll basically try to do something like that. Obviously, it will be more crystal gazing than having any solid estimates. So then, is there any fashion in which we can move to normalcy or a future with regard to some of these things? Migrant workers, micro enterprises, and street vendors. So we have heard these very large estimates of job loss, 122 million from the CMIE data, out of which a very large proportion are obviously in the informal sector, traders and wage laborers. And actually, this is not a very new phenomenon. If you look at data from 2014, this month-wise up to 2018, you'll see it's exactly these groups which have been losing out in terms of employment, and it's just an extremely sharp dip as of now after the COVID. This is just a broad estimate, 18 estimates of this, and Thomas used both the CMIE and the PLFS and came up with this very, I think, bold estimate of the loss of incomes to vulnerable workers at 4 lakh crores, which is an estimate. Now, I'll not talk about migrants because we just heard it for the last half an hour from Ravi, circular migration and so on and so forth. The one point I'll just make, which is that, NSSO has been doing this for a long time. And the last time for IHD, when I gave a webinar, somebody asked this question, how do you estimate migrant workers? And at that point in time, I said that, the PLFS is the only one which is being canvassed every year 4 times for urban areas and so on and so forth. And if we could somehow introduce a question into the PLFS, then we might be able to find out something of this period that we've just missed. I happen to be a member of the standing committee and also happen to chair this PLFS subcommittee. And it so happened as just a couple of days after I spoke, we had a meeting, and it's very interesting that the NSSO and Pranav Sen has reported this in the economic census as well, because he's the chair and he was there. He is the chair of the standing committee. So the PLFS has decided to enter some special blocks to see whether we can collect information on temporary residents in the household for less than 6 months. So this is in some sense what we are calling this temporary circular migrants kind of thing, who might have return migrants. So if you remember, the NSSO's original definition of the household only includes persons who are resident there for more than 6 months. So we never ever know if there are temporary residents in the household. So this is a couple of blocks they're planning to include in the survey if it starts, etc., etc. So many blocks are there in 2021 in July to ask back to this period which we just lost, to find out whether there were people residing here, what was their employment status, and so on, which is in some sense what was their pre-lockdown situation and how long have they been here, a series of questions. So this is something positive, which if it goes through and over time we'll be able to get. But otherwise, that period from March to June, April, June, is a bit of a loss of information for us, even in the PLFS. I'll skip this because we all know why we have returned migrants. The question of Migrant Workers Act, again, I think Kamala Shankaran has given such a detailed discussion about different types of laws and that affect informal vulnerable workers, migrant workers. And I think her point that she's making is very, very valid. And we talk about it all the time with regard to informal workers, that it is not just labor laws which are important, commercial laws of every kind, like the competition law and zoning. You know, if you go down to the micro level, zoning laws, so many other things affect the work of informal workers. Now, if you look at the Interstate Migrant Workmen's Act, since it exists, as if it is implemented, it's an interesting act because it talks about registration of all contractors who have migrant workers and registration of all migrant workers. And it calls for inspections to check on these contractors and conditions of work. And then, of course, we all know that enforcement of these laws is very poor, and it was so even before. Now you have the labor code, new labor codes, and this particular act, as 13 other acts, have been subsumed under the Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code of 2019. And this code actually applies, as what I've understood, to enterprises with 10 or more workers. It would include informal workers because we do know that you know, the formal sector also employs informal workers without social security benefits and so on and so forth. But otherwise, all other kinds of informal migrants, the self-employed and so on and so forth might be missed in this new labor code. And all the other problems with regard to the labor codes, I think Kamala Shankaran has given us a really good take on that. So labor market reforms require social security. There again, we had Professor Kannan talk about it, and to some extent Professor Ravi as well. I was never a great fan of you know, cash transfers, but in this context, it really seems one method, if it was there, a basic income provision, if it was there and it could be there now as well, then it would help to cover different kinds of macroeconomic shocks. In fact, one of the demands of central trade unions, they went into strike and so on recently last week in the week of 20th of May. And one of their demands was this, that they should be given, I think it was 7,500 rupees a month for the next 3 months as basic income support. The households should be given. So that is another thing which I really don't know. We have this Jandan and they're getting such pitiable amounts of 500 rupees and you know, they're being having in long queues to receive that and so on and so forth. Okay, the next group that I wanted to talk about was the micro enterprises. And there again, as far as the MSME is concerned, I think Nagaraj has spoken a lot about it. In one of the estimates that he had given was that 80% of the workers in this whole sector of manufacturing are informal, and they produce like 1/3 of the value addition. And then, of course, there are estimates of how much they produce, their value addition and all that. I won't go into all of that. But what I found interesting was this survey, which has been done by the All India Manufacturers Association with 9 other industry associations, has been reported for respondents for the period May 24th to 30th. And 42,000 odd MSMEs were interviewed, or respondents from these MSMEs were interviewed. And there are a lot of details with regard to the results, but the interesting, the broader results were that approximately 32% units said that they were unlikely to recover after this latest shock. And 29% said they would recover, but it would be very slow and it would take up to 6 months to recover. So that really shows the manufacturing sector to be little bit of a down and out situation. Then, of course, like as all the other people indicated, and we have done papers on this, they're saying that this is not something which has happened only because of the pandemic. We've been having this economic slowdown, as all the economists have been pointing out, and the demonetization was the first root shock, and then the very poor implementation of the GST was the next shock, which is now, it is just compounded by this new shock, which is now again, Professor Nagaraj has spoken a lot about the change in definition. But I have a problem with the MSMEs schemes as it is, even before we had this change in definition, because the MSME is a kind of a caters to all size fits all kind of situation. And in that process, as Professor Nagaraj was also pointing out, the micro enterprises are left way out. We have estimates of micro enterprises from, if you look at just own account enterprises in using the economic census, and it's pretty large, but I'm not going to present those. So these micro enterprises were in any case being left out. But now this new definition has expanded the definition to allow higher investment criteria, and then introducing this new turnover criteria. So Nagaraj put it very clearly that this whole thing looks like it is only for corporates. Even if it is not only for corporates, it is definitely only for the larger enterprises. When even earlier, the micro enterprises were hardly able to get in and access the schemes of the MSME. Now, when you have expanded that definition and allowed enterprises which might just have been moving out of that segment to also access these credit whatever schemes that are there, then obviously we have tilted the balance even further away from micro enterprises and towards the larger enterprises. Credit guarantee scheme again is a lot of people have talked about it, but this credit guarantee scheme, which is called collateral free loan, is really only meant for those people, seems to be meant for those enterprises which are already having loans and are classified as NPAs, and they are eligible for supplementary credit from the banks under this partial credit guarantee scheme. There are these very big fund which has been created called the Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises, and a large 20,000 crores or something has been put into that. But if this is the criterion, then and you can see that the public sector banks have already started sending out messages, pre-approved loans to the ones that have already taken loans at attractive rates of interest. So then what happens to the micro enterprises who have been hit by this 2 months of lockdown? Are there anywhere in this guarantee scheme if they ever have the energy to be able to go and take a loan? But are they, is the scheme catering to them at all? And then what happens to their traditional sources of money lend, traditional sources of credit? The micro enterprises normally are not so much indebted to formal sector banks. They're more indebted to local money lenders, friends, family as their main source of credit, and they're probably exhausted it. So is there anything meant for them? As far as I can see, there doesn't seem to be anything. And obviously the bias is very clear that going towards the larger enterprises, even within the MSME sector. And MSME is, in this relief package, MSME is one of those sectors which has a huge, a huge amount is being said about them, and a huge amount of literature is, all the announcements, there seems to be a lot going on for the MSME. But then what happens to micro enterprises? Okay, now this is a general point about the fact that the supply side problem is, of course, a problem of labor, but is also a problem of the backward linkages for MSMEs. When everyone else before me has said that the production linkages have been disrupted because you have abruptly closed down 100% economic activity in 4 hours. So in order to revive the economy, you have Unlock 1, and now this evening I heard people talking about Unlock 2. But it's going to take a long time for the economy to revive, because unless and until the other interrelated sectors also start full operation, where people are getting the raw material on the backward linkages, on the forward linkages, the demand for those intermediary products and final products, unless and until that is fully operational, we are not going to see a very great takeoff here. Food and textile industries might just be a little better off, maybe, if they are sourcing most of their primary products from agriculture, because as we saw, Sudha and many others have been saying how agriculture is one of those. I wouldn't say that it's not affected at all, but in terms of growth rates, that seems to be looking better than most of the others. Even suppose all of that is working, unless and until the transport industry is liberalized in this very short-term situation, liberalized in the sense of being allowed to move around freely, and these interstate movements are not are allowed, and until that happens, again, backward linkages for MSMEs is a problem. So raw materials, labor, how are they going to get it if transport is not working? How is it going to go forward if nobody is buying up, including intermediary products? So there was a very, very interesting kind of a story written recently about, many stories going around about the power loom sector in Maharashtra and Gujarat. Malegaon and Bhiwandi in Maharashtra are the main power loom sectors where they make this rough grey cloth. And the majority of these people in Bhiwandi and Surat and all that are migrants. With this, very few of with Unlock 1, very few of these power looms have opened. And one of the major constraints is obviously labor, because most of their labor there is migrant labor and who have returned to their hometowns. And then again, the whole supply chain's broken, so their forward and backward linkages don't operate. And they're saying that, you know, we can produce this much today, but I'm not sure that we need to produce any more, because nobody, other people there who are going to buy it. Unless and until that is there, what are we going to produce and why should we produce? And he made a very interesting point there. He said that this is somebody called Sheikh, who has written in I think it's the Indian Express, that those, you know, we talk about technology being a way in which you can you know, manage without labor. But here he makes this point that the power looms which had actually gotten the new machinery and the automated power looms were finding it more difficult to open, because of the fact that their workers are highly specialized workers, and they cannot, you know, anyone cannot operate those automatized machines. And these specialized workers are migrants, and they seem to have gone away. So, you know, the whole question of technology and training for these workers to be able to operate this is another issue for them. So basically, the revival means, you know, the entire supply chain has to be restored, and recovery of the various sectors is required. And one possibility is, just like the power looms, there are, to think in terms of a future, crystal gazing, there are clusters of other industries as well. So if the relief measures or the way forward policy measures would look at these particular clusters, power looms is just one example of that. There are many, many more such small enterprises and large enterprises operating in clusters, and visualize policies and ways to take these forward. Would be a way forward for this small scale industry. And of course, ways to incentivize, encourage, coax migrant workers to come back would also be an absolute requirement if the supply of labor problem has to be found. And the third sector that I wanted to talk about was the trade. We know that large brands are also thinking now of moving to standalone stores. Whether they will or not is different, because even the malls open, they are coming up with so many restrictions. This Rasna person made a very interesting point that business would never be the same. Rasna is of course a corporate, but the point is that they did employ a lot of informal workers, obviously maybe without social security benefit and so on. But he's saying that they would have to cut all of that because face-to-face selling, either in the malls or outside or anywhere, is hardly going to be encouraged anymore. They are saying that people will go on and buy from Amazon and Flipkart, but again, in these presentations we just saw, somebody made this point that all Kirana stores are the ones from which most of the sale is being made. In fact, that was the only thing which I thought was positive for me, because I've always felt bad that the Kirana stores are losing out to these malls. But here suddenly for these 3 months, the Kirana stores became extremely important. And like somebody showed some statistic here that 90% of the sales were being made from Kirana stores and only 2% was actually being sold from Amazon and Flipkart. But yes, this could be a change. And the last category I'd like to talk about is street vendors. I have made some estimate of street vendors in the earlier presentation that I made. I'm now going to talk about that. But street vendors going forward also would have this issue of what kind of products are they selling. So the chances that essential commodities even today are selling on the street, vegetables and fruits, there are certain norms and the normal entry barriers still exist. You need permits and so on to be able to operate on the street, but at least they are allowed to operate. Street food is something which is going to come. Hospitality industry, restaurants has already been saying that they are going to 30% of them are going to close down and so on and so forth. It will apply to street food as well because, but it is an important sort of a lifeline for people who are stuck in town and don't have source for cooked food. But again, these people are going to be tremendously under the scanner even after lockdown because of the FSSA was always operating on them, but now they will be very much scrutinized on this code. So this is a sector which is in street food, which is going to be hit little less, and it's the non-essential commodities street vendors who are at the moment going to be in trouble because of the fact that both on the demand side and on the supply side, they are kind of compromised. Supply side because of the whole backward linkages story that I was just talking about. Okay, so now for me to do some little bit of crystal gazing. I think somebody already said this, that there is going to probably be a lot of reallocation of resources, of industries, of investments in industries and work and the whole reallocation of workers because of the perceived demand situation where which sectors are unlikely to revive quickly, which sectors are going to face more closure and so on and so forth. There may be a kind of a restructuring of economic activities and resources. So long ago, around the time when the liberalization took place, like 10 years after that, there was this talk about sunrise industries and sunset industries, and we used to argue that these are the sunrise ones, these are the sunset ones, and there was some kind of a planning with regard to that about moving resources and labor from one to the other. It's not an easy task, but perhaps going forward, the Ministry of MSME or the Niti Aayog should be thinking in terms of which are these industries which are going to completely collapse, and which are these industries which might, be able to revive quickly, revive slowly, at least revive, and then have some kind of a strategic perspective kind of plan. We no longer do that to see how these industries which are going to revive can be helped, and what are they going to do with the investment and with the workers in those industries which are going to collapse. Some kind of thinking in those lines. And now when we do that, obviously, it's very clear that you can't just move people around. And the other thing is that, like I said, deep down at the micro level, you really need to think if the government or private industry wishes to help anybody, then one has to think in terms of separate plans for wage versus salaried workers, self-employed own account workers versus small and medium enterprise workers. So a very, a detailed thinking about how these various segments, because the existing stimulus package, just like Ravi very clearly said that nowhere are the migrants there, and everybody else was explaining how various categories are left out. In the MSME, we know how micro enterprises are being left out. So unless and until one thinks down, I don't see really the government doing it. But if something of that kind is what would be required for getting this, what I'm calling the resurrection. And finally, skill mapping and addressing the skill mismatch. Now, skill mismatch was always there, but there have been a lot of local initiatives trying to map the skills of workers. Now, the most famous one that we know of, we all know of, is Team Lease. Team Lease was there even when NCUS was operating. It was just coming in. Manish was coming into the NCA's office to tell us how that is very important. They have a skill university and so on and so forth. They have been trying to digitalize the skills, map the skills of workers, informal workers included. And there are many such local initiatives happening in Gurgaon. I know of organizations in Gurgaon. There is this Labor Net. Then there are in Delhi, and Ahmedabad also has organizations which are trying to digitalize the and map workers. It's basically you're interviewing the workers and trying to find out exactly what is the skill. That is also very difficult. I was involved in one such mapping of skills, both on the supply side and on the demand side, with an organization in our university, with an organization in Ahmedabad called System Dynamics Private Limited, where we tried on the supply side, it was relatively easier to talk to and map the skills of workers. On the demand side, we were actually going to the industrial estates, and because Ahmedabad has a lot of that, and trying to map what the enterprises think were the skills that were in demand, and what is it that they required. So it was an extremely detailed way of mapping the skills, because if you just say that somebody is a plumber or a fitter or a what have you in the industry, it doesn't, you cannot match this. So the whole idea is that you can then match the supply and demand through this algorithms that they have worked out in this. So the going forward, I was I know everything here is difficult, nothing is easy. But one of the ways would be that to put together all these small initiatives which are happening in various, mainly urban centers, and see if one can come up with a national kind of a map of what are the supply side is being mapped, as far as I know, much more than the demand side. I have heard of fewer organizations trying to map the demand on going to the enterprise trying to map demand. Yes, I'm done. But the next step would be, even suppose we did manage such a national level mapping of skills, even if it is only in the urban centers, demand and supply side, next step would obviously be organizing the skill training. And whatever we've done so far with the NSDC and all hasn't exactly been most successful. So, but this would not be a short-term solution. It would be a longer-term solution. But because we've been trying to enter skill kind of questions into the PLFS and all over the place, and there, you'll only get estimates of this. But actually on the ground, who are these people and how do they get jobs? How do they get
time
and so on and so forth? Doesn't come from the LFS. So finally, at the macro level, these estimates, forecasts, etc., are extremely good for budgeting, for resource allocation plans, and so on and so forth. But we have to visualize at the micro level a plan of action of policies in both the short and medium term. And I was just trying to give a few examples of how one could do that. We would to galvanize workers and enterprises, and again rekindle the animal spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that brings me to put some queries to you. There have been people who have been typing in things. And so I'll take the gist of some of the things that have been said and maybe perhaps ask parts of those questions, right, to the presenters. So for Professor Sudha Narayan, I would say on agriculture that it was very, very interesting, and what emerged, I think, was that actually, as far as agriculture is concerned, not only was as we know that in the past, growth has been sort of very modest, 3% or so, say 12 to 18. But, productivity has slowly been rising and people have been leaving agriculture. And, in absolute terms, there was also a decline in agriculture. So there was a transformation that was coming about. And what you show is that actually, despite all the problems, the failures that occurred were at the level of the product market rather than in production. And there were price issues and so on. And it's very, very, very interesting. I just want to ask you that, linking up to the later discussions, that, in your survey, you said you did a small survey. How many households reported returning migrant workers? Was it sort of half of them, or was it sort of like, a quarter, or just a rough idea, right? So that's the first one. I think I'll go through do a little summary and ask each of you something or the other, right, which is drawn from the questions, as well as something that I would find good to have an answer to. So as far as Professor Nagaraj is concerned, it's very, very interesting and fascinating. I think that one of the points, the point that you make about these contradictions or the imbalance, right, as far as MSMEs are concerned, and this point has been raised by others as well. I mean, one of the obvious things is that if there are two kinds of policies, right, broad, one which is livelihood oriented and the other which is revival oriented, right, then in the MSMEs, right, if you don't even have to do very complicated stuff. If you just see the percentage of, say, enterprises that are less than six people, that's about, say, 58 or 59%, right? And as far as employment in these places, these enterprises is concerned, right, 79% or 80% of that, these employed people are self-employed or casually employed, right? So in fact, helping the really small ones is really through, like, it's better to do it through livelihood support, cash and food, right, rather than credit, right? So if we could actually do some kind of a sifting, then the point would become obvious. But I'd like you to respond to me and say whether I've got it all wrong, or there's something there. On one point which was important, I think, which was this 2.7 million jobs, right? The loss of jobs, the 12 to 18 that you in manufacturing, right? Now, of course, that is UPSS. And like in many of the others, right? If you look at UPS, it's probably increasing a little bit. Say, it should be, I think it's around about 630,000, which is an increase. Now, similarly, there is a withdrawal in some sense. And what it means is that the SS has really gone down and has gone back in, right? So it is interesting to see the decline, but it is also probably important to qualify that, this is a definitional bit. Okay. The third thing that I would like to say is, ask is for the fascinating discussion by Professor Deshpande, right? It was really, really enlightening and very interesting, and I'd love to follow it more. One of the things that I wanted to ask you, which pertain to the crisis, is that if you look at for the first time in 2017-18, you find on UPSS that people who are going out of the labor force, right, as a percentage of 15+ population, which is adult population, are actually now larger, i.e. it's about 51% or 52% than those who are within the labor force, okay? And within this group, right, it is very interesting that, of this 50%, over 50% of those people who are 15+, those who are doing either domestic work only or domestic work for household, right, are something like 34 to 33, 34%. And 90% of them are women. So as far as the care responsibilities are concerned, with respect to the crisis, right, it is very, very clear that it is going to be going out of the labor force, right, and is going to be doubly absorbed, right, by women. Now, I don't know, once again, right, what your thoughts on that are and how it links up to what you said. I know you covered many things, and maybe you left care issues out, by consciously. The third thing I'd like to say is about last one, which is on Ravi's presentation. That it's fascinating. I mean, I still have to get my mind around newer notions of not that I have not read them, right, but to actually how the way to empirically capture them, new notions of migration or different notions of migrant workers. And I think the best thing would be that if these were somehow incorporated, right, as Jimul said, right, in some kind of either PLFS or whatever, in terms of new questions, right, because at the moment we have independent surveys as well as a 2007-8 discontinued model in module in the NSSO or PLFS. So yeah, I mean that's not a query. It was just an observation that the best way to go ahead with it in terms of getting the right numbers. So I'll just stop there and ask each of you, in whatever order you might want to go, maybe in the order that I asked, right, to say something, or indeed if you want to ask something of each other. So that's
yeah, I guess I'll get started. Thank you for the question. And I think my focus on prices just reflects my bias in my training because I'm an agricultural economist who works mostly on markets. There are a couple of interesting things that are happening in the with regard to labor. One of the surveys that somebody else had done found that the costs of labor had gone down. So the cost of cultivation had gone down. And that's primarily because many of them were now no longer hiring in labor, but were using family labor. So that's happening in some geographies. But in the Green Revolution areas like the Punjab, we are seeing two things. One is the wages have bid up, and now actually the Punjabi farmers are offering a lot of incentives to migrant workers to return. And I heard one story from Tamil Nadu where they were going to fly in farm workers back into Coimbatore. So we do see them responding by offering more wages. In Punjab, direct seeding in paddy has come down. So I think this, if the migrant worker don't return soon, there could also be an impetus for mechanization. And it's hard to see at this stage how this is going to unfold. So I will leave that. I mean, so I think that's as far as the labor issues go. And I'm sorry because I've forgotten the main question that you that you had.
I asked you that in your survey, right?
Right. Yeah, I got it.
Migration thing, right? That
Yeah,
you know
I
how
remember.
many households did you find?
Yeah.
You said that they were 10%, were they 90% or
Right. So actually about 45% of the households had somebody who was working outside, and 23% of the total had somebody who had lost the job, out of which almost all of them had migrant workers who were outside and outside the district, and very often in distant places in other states. And only half of them had managed to come back to the village, but most of them seem to have been stuck and trying to come, but they'd been unsuccessful. So only those who were close by within state had managed to come back, but most others had been stuck. So I think the proportion of people who had lost their job and returned would be 50% of those who had lost their jobs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Sir, I think you have to unmute yourself.
Who do you want?
Professor Nagaraj.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Noman. Yeah, thank you for your questions. You have two questions for me. The first, you are right in saying that for the smaller of the enterprises, say own account enterprises or enterprises employing 6 or less workers who account for a large number, they could surely be helped with livelihood support. What they require is cash and food support. They are poor among them. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the concern of the government. The government seems to be wanting to use the crisis of the humanitarian crisis as a way to basically support the larger enterprises and the corporate enterprises. And that seems to be the clear, the unsaid agenda of the government. Otherwise, how would they increase these sizes so by such a large margin? And effectively, the entire corporate sector will now come under MSME, and they will get the benefits. So I think the hidden agenda of the government is too clear. They are not really bothered about the millions of small enterprises with which you and me or many of us here are concerned about. That's my simple answer. About your second question, you're right that of the 2.76 million people losing job between 2011-12 and 17-18, majority are subsidiary status workers and not the principal. I mean, you're right, though I'm not looking. But the fact that for the first time ever since we had this data collected, that is 1972-73, we have had a negative growth rate in employment. And that is significant. We never had that before. And I think that's something one cannot, one can make a distinction between main workers and subsidiary workers. But the fact that they all have lost jobs, which has never happened before, is something that's far more important for me than the split between the two. So I would still say the number I have flagged is very significant to be taken note of. I would stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Number 3.
Thank you for the questions. Actually, the questions from the participants I already typed and answered. So they've gone to the answered category. So Indira, Sujata, and others who asked questions, those have been answered. Norman, to your question, the thing, I didn't talk about care. That's true deliberately because it was focused on employment. So too many issues in one presentation makes it complicated. On the domestic involvement in domestic work only question in NSS, the thing is that all of it should not be interpreted to mean care, because there is unpaid economic work that women do and they think it's a part of their domestic duties, and that also is included in that. So attending to orchards, making mats, making good, all of this is also included in that part. So the pure care element in the way that it's understood in the Western literature is actually a small part of what women do at home. And what is worrying is that these women who are doing unpaid economic work are not getting counted as workers because people believe they are doing care work, but that's actually not true. So you need a much more nuanced and stepwise process to elicit the proportion of women workers. I've written about it elsewhere, and I can't go into the details now, but happy to chat with you another time.
Right, right. Yeah, thank you so much. Right. Well, just on that, there is a category of women workers who are in the labor force who are unpaid, which is unpaid family workers.
No,
right?
but this is over and above that.
I know.
So the ones that are registered as unpaid family workers is a tiny proportion.
Yeah.
This is the code 9293 in NSS, which is really what gives you a glimpse into this work.
Yes.
Anyway, we can talk about that later.
So Noman, I'm next.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So on the data issue, I'll just use this a couple of minutes to say something more on data.
Please.
One is that first, I don't think that GMOL said that the PLFS thinks that by tinkering with the data, it will get at the root of the migration statistics. I don't think so, frankly. There's much more to it than that. The 2007-8 NSS survey did a very comprehensive exercise. It actually faltered on that particular block where it corrected short duration circular migrants. And if it had tweaked that a little bit more, I think it would have done a fairly fine job of doing it. We need something like that again. That's number one. Of course, I've used a much more complicated method of using different data sources, the NSS and census and projections and so on. And that is a different thing. But the issue of data on migration and research on migration now is completely mired with citizenship issues. And that in itself has ethnic, linguistic, and religious dimensions today. This is the first time in the history of the census in modern India that in the year 2020, after the listing would have been complete, had there had been no COVID, listing would have been complete. Only 50% of the migration tables from the last census have been released. It has never ever happened. It did not even happen when the census used, basically when the census was computed manually in 61, 71, and 81. So it has happened. So please, there is a completely different dimension to the migration issue. I have looked at it from a labor market perspective, which is basically linking it up with labor market flexibility, informality, discrimination. But there is that preponderant now aspect which actually mires all approaches to discrimination. And the elephant in the room, which we haven't talked about since the beginning, which is cross-border migration. Cross-border migration, whether it's, in 2017, I wrote a paper for UNESCO with Dr. Arvind Pandey, where we looked at all forms of migration, internal, cross-border, as well as international migration. The most vulnerable migrant workers today are the cross-border migrants. And I think we need to recognize this. We need to put this on the table. At least as economists, as this thing, the politics of it is apart. The other aspect is that when I have talked about it only from a labor perspective, but the response that I talked about, the state response, is really capital's response. Capital's response to labor mobility, to labor immobility, to labor costs. And unless we look at that, we will never understand the depth and the nature of the migrant crisis and informality today. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I say something, Noman didn't discover any questions.
I agreed with most of what you said.
Yeah, but there were a number of questions in the listing. I didn't have the time to run through all of them. So there was one interesting question about why is the government not using the construction worker, building and construction workers fund at this point in time. Actually, that is the one thing that they have actually used. So that in my earlier webinar, I had spoken about this. 18 states have actually been giving out one time between 1,000 to 5,000 rupees per registered construction worker. But there also the problem is something that we've been pointing out for a long time. The construction worker estimate, if it is like 56 million, then your registered workers is only 32 million. So even if 32 million are getting it, there's another 20 odd million workers who have not got this one time. So that was about the. There were a series of other questions with regard to demand and how we're going to estimate demand. And even suppose you do, suppose you have demand only for 2 workers in a particular thing and 10 workers are there, what will you do about it? Well, that's a demand supply problem, which would get my last point, I mean, is, Ravi, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that the PLFS temporary resident thing is going to solve your problem of migration. Definitely not. I wouldn't be so stupid. But it will tell us something about which we are absolutely in the dark about. People who have come in and have resided and the return migrants over that particular period, which is kind of a blacked out, even in the PLFS. That's probably. Thanks. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much. And I now ask Priyanka to formally close the session.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Majid, and to all the panelists, Professor Sudha Narayanan, Professor Nagaraj, Professor Deshpande, Professor Srivastav, and Professor Unni. Very engaging, very important session. This brings us to the day's proceedings. And we have another day lined up for you. That is tomorrow. Please do join us. We will start at 3 p.m. sharp. And I would request all the attendees to join at least 5 to 10 minutes in advance. Tomorrow, we are dealing with more on international experiences in employment, social protection, and economic strategy. And we will also have perspectives on emerging employment scenario and the future of work in India, followed by policy and research challenges in labor and employment in this COVID crisis. So thank you very much to all of you for joining in. Thank you to all the attendees for engaging with us. There were people engaging with us on YouTube as well. And there were so many of the people who are writing to us on Facebook and our social media handles. Thank you so much. This brings us to today's proceedings. We will see all of you tomorrow. Kindly do join us again. All the resource persons from today, do join us again tomorrow to enrich the deliberations. Thank you so much. Good night and see you again tomorrow, sharp at 3 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mama. Thank you.